Welcome, welcome everyone to the Best Damn Podcast. I am your host, John King. As always, I would like to thank you guys for joining me. Ask that you please add, follow, and check us out: Instagram, Facebook, Best Damn Podcast, Twitter, The Real Best Damn, and wherever you're watching this from, make sure to hit the like, give us a thumbs up if you're over on YouTube. Share the link. It helps me to get it out there and for new people to find me. And make sure to comment. Let me know what you think. I'll be checking the chat tonight throughout. And don't forget to subscribe and follow and all that good stuff. And keep in mind, guys, we are completely viewer powered. Basically, because they demonetize us on every platform because the stuff we talk about. So, if you would like to donate and support me and the channel and help keep it going, you can do so by going to PayPal, Cash App, Facebook Messenger, or joining us over on Patreon. We have like over 200 watch hours of uncensored content, all the stuff we've got strikes on and has been removed and all of that. And we got, I don't know, about 15, 20 private videos over here on YouTube. So we got quite a bit for those that donate and support. And we're getting close to the monthly goal to kind of help keep things going. So all your gifts are appreciated. So we had a little bit of technical difficulties, and I don't know if this is even going to go out. I'm just hoping that people get the notification on this one. But tonight, we're going to be talking about Operation Lockstep, right? Operation Lockstep. This is from the Rockefeller Foundation. And I also have another intelligence report from the Rockefeller Commission, as well as looking at Operation Northwoods. And we got a whole plethora of cool shit to really dive into and talk about tonight, because all of it really goes hand in hand. This is Agenda 2030, and you can call this the green agenda. You can call this sustainable development. You can call this population control. But I think most conspiracy theorists and most people that are in the know would call this depopulation. Is what we would call it. And the reason being is because the nefarious projects, the nefarious plans that have been meticulously orchestrated, right, in order to not only circumvent our rights and constitution as American citizens and global citizens all over the world, and unleash different crises and events on the masses. Not only because they are creating the problem, anticipating a specific reaction, because they've got the solution waiting, which, we've seen everything really change, especially over the last 5 years or so after COVID. This is when everything has really went belly up when it comes to the old world has finally really began, the final phase of implosion. And now we are walking in to the new world order. And I brought this up and, the first go around, I only got about 20, 30 minutes into it. And if you are in the chat, please let me know if I'm coming through clear, if the video's good, the audio's good. Hopefully we're not getting any lagging or anything like that. Kimberly, if you could let me know if we're coming through good, if we're lagging, there's good sound, good video, I'd appreciate that. And like I said, I will be checking back and forth with the chat. So hopefully everybody, sees that I went live again, hopefully. If not, maybe they'll catch it on the flip side, but we're going to dive into this. I mean, we are entering in this, it's a police state. Yes. Is it a surveillance state? Yes. Is it a technocracy? Yes. It's like this cross between Aldous Huxley's Brave New World and George Orwell's 1984. That's what it reminds me of. That's the type of atmosphere that has been created, and that's the plan for us, as a civilization moving forward. 2030 is the most significant year thus far. As you could see when they had Agenda 2021, what came around, guys, just in time for Agenda 2021, right? COVID 19. COVID 19. And as I said earlier, this was really, this was the litmus test for the powers that be to see if people were truly going to capitulate and just how programmed they are at this point in the game, right? It allowed them to see if everyone was ready, for this end game, if they could finally pull it off, because you got to think this has been a slow, slow, slow burn, has it not? It's been a slow burn. They've been doing this for decades. The government, a lot of the real deal deception, the some of the nastiest, craziest deception happened during the 60s and then into the 70s, with Nixon and Watergate, the assassination of Kennedy, the fucking hoax moon landing, all of it. It's like they pulled a lot of wool. The Cold War, they pulled a lot of wool over the Americans' eyes. Vietnam, I could go on and on and on. And then we started to see this rise, and vaccines and the mandates for that, for children and their schedules, and not being able to come back on the companies, and this rise of big pharma. And then it even took a crazier turn, into the era of COVID, And Klaus Schwab, he wrote a book called COVID-19, the Great Reset. They're putting it right in your face, right in your face. And what did USAID discover? They discovered that, George Soros and others like him, they weren't spending their own money. They were spending tax money, the taxpayers' money, millions and millions and millions of dollars to fund psychological warfare and run psyops on all of us, to literally distort the way that you perceive and see reality. And they were using your money to deceive you, your money to do it. We know that college now and the universities, these are just basically indoctrination centers, for our youth. They come out and they're fucking full on radicalized, you know? And we've gotten to this state too, and it's like, you think about 1984, how they had like the Newspeak and all of that shit, the Ministry of Truth and all of that, right? And it's like we have reached a very, very scary, like similar point. First off, Yoval Harari, which is like the right hand man to Klaus Schwab, he was talking about technology. First off, he's pushing that transhumanist agenda and AI and all of this, which we are heading in that direction, right? Where AI will be running the whole show. It's already, writing prescriptions. It's already in charge of fucking nuclear bombs, the whole nine, you can guarantee it. But he said that, not only through the technology would they be able to surveil you, right? Watch you, and through that technology, that the programming they're already beaming into your homes, right? And programming you with, they would be able to watch you watching it and even know how you felt as you watched it, because they will have the ability to read brain activity with their technology. So not only do they know what you're watching, but they know how you feel about what you're watching as well. That is next fucking level right there. Next level. And this is where we're at. This is where we're at. This is where we're headed. This is where we're going. And it's like, you can't count on people the masses, the public, everyday people to really stand up and do anything, because after we watch them roll over, during COVID, we know, 90% of the population, I wouldn't say 90%, but a good portion of the population are cowards. They're cowards. They will do things that are detrimental to their own well-being, their own health, and even their children's, right? Just to go along with whatever the agenda is, because they don't want to make waves, or because they value money or whatever over everything else, or because they blindly follow, these scientists, and it's become a cult, and it's like they say, trust the science, follow the science. And they're using science to like massively indoctrinate everybody into this, transhumanist agenda and this whole totalitarianism system, right? This one world system, this global system, and they're using that to do that. But isn't it crazy how the science isn't even actually fucking science? The science you're supposed to be trusting isn't the true scientific method at all. These scientists are being funded by big pharma and all these different, lobbyist groups and shit like that with the politicians. So nobody's truly speaking the truth, because they don't want to offend their sponsors. They don't want to, offend the people that are bankrolling them and their labs and all of this. They can't, or they'll go bankrupt. They'll go broke. They'll be shunned, from academia and the scientific community and the political community and all of this, And I think US aid showed us just how fucking massive and widespread the corruption truly is, and just at the level that it is, and how our government and the funds, and this is why we have such an insane national debt too. It's like because the abuse of the money and the way that it's being used, and then these politicians creating NGOs and all this, and they're funneling and siphoning off of the wealth from all of us, from our country, bankrupting our country. And then on the other hand, selling out our secrets and everything else, and our votes and our laws and procedures and everything to China and other countries. And if that wasn't bad enough, that wasn't enough, that the individuals are such shisty pieces of shit. The CIA, the FBI, all these different black ops and the different bullshit that they do. Think about DARPA and the DOD and all the weaponization of, things that are supposed to heal you and shit like that. And all of the different research they're doing into, brain hacking and it's wild. It's like a sci-fi movie. And if you don't think that the DOD, who was disseminating during that time, they were giving out all of these, right? Why does the Department of Defense need to be the one to do that? Why are they behind all of that? Why is DARPA behind all of that? Sure is a strange coincidence, how all of it coincides with the whole, nanoparticulates and chemicals and, heavy metals they're putting into the atmosphere through the chemtrails. And if you think that's still a conspiracy, you're just a fucktard and you know nothing. That's been admitted a long time ago. Matter of fact, they've gotten so bold about all of that now. They're talking about, shielding us from the sun to stop global warming and climate change, blocking it out. And I'm sure that has nothing to do with the fact that the sun, as it shifts into maximums and things like that and changes solar cycles, it's responsible for shifts in consciousness and brain activity and longer life and more intelligence and more energy, to our species. They want you depressed. They want you sad. They want you stupid. They want you fully dependent upon them. And they want to be the end all beat all to all information. And they will run, event after event, exercise after exercise until they get where they want. And they'll continue to do it and premeditate what's coming next, because this is how it works, right? And this is the first one. I tried to hop into this one before we got kicked off the last time. This is Operation Northwoods. And man, this is a fucking doozy, I'm telling you. And hopefully we can get some people in here. I don't know what is going on, They literally, when I was doing the stream the last time, it just started lagging. And then I got kicked off. I don't know. But Operation Northwoods is probably what, is a big reason, at least, that JFK was assassinated. And I said last time that I will be doing a video on the JFK files. I have all of them, including the recent drop. I have the Zapruder film, all of it. And I've even stated this in the past. I did a show with Eric Briggs, Angry Catfish, and we did one on JFK together years ago. And that was the first time after like really seeing it and studying it. It's like, holy shit, he was shot from within the car. Someone in that car shot his ass. And the reason there's a frame of that film missing, if you see, it's like the wife is like handing over to the back of the car, and the Secret Service guy is sliding off of the back hood or, the trunk. It's just a very weird thing going on there. It's like, I bet those frames are missing because it happened within the car, so, but that's neither here nor there. We know that, Kennedy was trying to shut down the CIA, right? He had his secret society speech, which is in my intro to the channel, the intro music. Let me see if I can just get a quick clip. The secret society speech. I actually have it, I believe, on video. Here we go. Here's just a shortened version of it. This is what we want. All right. So here we go.
The very word secrecy is repugnant in a free and open society. And we are, as a people, inherently and historically opposed to secret societies, to secret oaths, and to secret proceedings. We decided long ago that the dangers of excessive and unwarranted concealment of pertinent facts far outweighed the dangers which are cited to justify it. Even today, there is little value in opposing the threat of a closed society by imitating its arbitrary restrictions. Even today, there is little will be seized upon by those anxious to expand its meaning to the very limits of official censorship and concealment. That I do not intend to permit to the extent that it's in my control. And no official of my administration, whether his rank is high or low, civilian or military, should interpret my words here tonight as an excuse to censor the news, to stifle dissent, to cover up our mistakes, or to withhold from the press and the public the facts they deserve to know. For we are opposed around the world by a monolithic and ruthless conspiracy that relies primarily on covert means for expanding its sphere of influence, on infiltration instead of invasion, on subversion instead of elections, on intimidation instead of free choice, on guerrillas by night instead of armies by day. It is a system which has conscripted vast human and material resources into the building of a tightly knit, highly efficient machine that combines military, diplomatic, intelligence, economic, scientific, and political operations. Its preparations are concealed, not published. Its mistakes are buried, not headlined. Its dissenters are silenced, not praised.
Right.
No expenditure is questioned. No rumor is printed. No secret is revealed. No president should fear public scrutiny.
And let me know if you guys
program.
can hear this in the
For
chat.
from that scrutiny comes understanding. And from that understanding comes support or opposition. And both are necessary. I am not asking your newspapers to support an administration, but I am asking your help in the tremendous task of informing and alerting the American people. For I have complete confidence in the response.
And now we're going to smoke you, bro. It's like, they wasn't having all that shit. He was trying to recruit the press and everything against, and he's talking about fucking secret societies and all of that. Thank you, Claudette. I appreciate that. I see Nathan, Claudette, Kimberly, a few people up in the house. Thank you so much. And if you guys are watching this, please, please, please hit that thumbs up for me. It does help with the YouTube algorithm, especially. It helps, to push it to other people. And please let me know if we're getting any type of interference or glitching or lagging or any of that. Let me know in the chat. I don't know what the fuck happened, earlier, but it literally kicked me off of YouTube. So hopefully, not this time. But we're going to go through Operation Northwoods really quick, and then we're going to get into Operation Lockstep. And this is the Rockefeller Foundation. And, like I said, this is for sustainable development is what they call it, which is it's depopulation, right? It's depopulation. And, they give a bunch of different scenarios, and a lot of people believe that this document in particular predicted COVID-19. And I showed in the first video, just to show you guys, that if you look this up, which I feel like I don't have to do that again, but if you look this up, Operation Lockstep, what you're going to find is that they're going to say it's false. It's a hoax. It's not real, right? And that it's just a conspiracy, So, but I got the document right here. Okay. And we do have another document as well, which is the Rockefeller Commission report on intelligence. And this is a gnarly ass one too. So we've got some good shit. And like I said, we're going to be looking at quite a bit tonight. So, which even, and just to kind of like show you some of the other shit, I can't wait to show you. Look, solar system approaching the closest position to the galactic core. Where's it at? Yeah, right here. Our star's companion is approaching the inner planets of the solar system. Say what? Right? It's just, you name it, right? There's always something in the media showing our doom, our doom. And a lot of it never comes to fruition. But when it comes to this shit, everything else is just a distraction to keep it real. In my opinion, all the Planet X and all that other shit is just a distraction from what's actually taking place here and now. The courses of action which follow are a preliminary submission suitable only for planning purposes. They are arranged neither chronologically nor in ascending order. Together with similar inputs from other agencies, they are intended to provide a point of departure for the development of a single, integrated, time-phased plan. Such a plan would permit the evaluation of individual projects within the context of cumulative, correlated actions designed to lead inexorably to the objective of adequate justification for U.S. military intervention in Cuba. And I said this in the first one, right? This is a big reason why JFK got smoked. He didn't want to run this. He didn't want to do this. Is crazy. Like this playbook ended up being used in 9/11 and all kinds of shit, guys. So, which kind of reminds me of the Patriot Act. The Patriot Act was shit that had been, George Bush and even his predecessors have been trying to push on the United States people for a long time, but it was all unconstitutional bullshit. So what they did was after 9/11, they knew that people were scared shitless, of terror attacks, which is a whole nother subject. We'll do a video just on 9/11 very soon and the JFK files. But people were scared shitless of these terror attacks, and they would basically do anything. Not only did they support the war, right, going into Iraq and all of that, which they never would have without that. They also took a lot of these different laws and bills and shit, all this stuff that was unconstitutional that would never have been passed any other way, and they put it all together, and they called it the Patriot Act, right? And then all of a sudden, we had the NSA and spying on U.S. citizens, and it went from the war on terror to what is it now? The war on domestic terror, right? So it's turned, from terrorist to you're the terrorist now. Get it? Same thing, like I said in the first little piece as well about the Smith-Mundt Act. The Smith-Mundt Act of 1948 or whatever was a law basically protecting United States citizens from having psychological warfare and propaganda ran on the masses, the public, U.S. citizens. But Barack Obama, had the Reauthorization Act of 2012 or Modernization Act of 2012, where he changed the Smith-Mundt Act and made it to where they could run psychological warfare and psychological operations, psyops, and propaganda on U.S. citizens. So you can thank Obama for that one. He did that. And you can thank Trump for the Reauthorization Act of 2020, where he reauthorized the Patriot Act, re-upped it. And not only did he reauthorize it, but he put the FISA shit and all of that. He made it even better to where they didn't even have to inform you now if they have been surveilling you and you were on a list, basically. So, you can thank Trump for that one, and then you can thank Obama for the other one. See, this is why people don't get it. The two-party system it's a scam. They're two wings to the same bird. Period. And until you can see that, you will always be a prisoner of the political system. And the same thing with these different religions. I've shown in so many videos for so long how all of the religions basically are very similar, if not identical, interpretations of the same exact shit. Most of it's astrotheology, right? A lot of it is the human psychology, right? And same gods, same everything, usually. Same events, a lot of it. And whether it's one side or the other they're looking at it from, it's usually identical. And these religions are used as massive forms of control, used as forms of control. And the post-Marduk era or post-Anunnaki era seems to be when, this huge mental enslavement, really began, with humanity, where we forgot our history and all of this. I believe we've been destroyed multiple times. There's been resets multiple times. Think about Klaus Schwab, COVID-19, the Great Reset. We are going through a reset right fucking now. And that's why, we've heard it be repeated ad nauseum, especially during COVID-19, a new world order, right? And this is a new normal. And like I said in the first one as well, Yuri Bezmenov, the former KGB agent that defected to the United States, when he was talking about how to collapse a nation, with psyops, psychological warfare. He was talking about how demoralize them, right? And then a crisis, and then normalization. Same thing. We've been demoralized, destabilized, and they brought the crisis, which was, COVID-19. And then, we were given the new normal. That's the normalization process. We've already been conquered. And, during the Bolshevik Revolution, before it all took off, they had a big toilet paper shortage as well. Very similar playbook that was ran, on us, that was ran on them to overthrow their nation, the Bolshevik Revolution in Russia, or the Russian Revolution. I'm not sure a Bolshevik is even allowed to be the term you use anymore. I think it's anti-Semitic or some shit, which you're not allowed to say anti-Semitic or anything like that either, right? So you get me. But toilet paper and gematria is synonymous with mind control. So when we had this massive toilet paper shortage at the beginning of COVID, I believe that was their cue, right? To see how many people went out and was like stocking up. Like they weren't getting food and water and shit like that. They were stocking up on fucking toilet paper. Like, are you serious, bro? And like I said, in gematria, those two words are synonymous. I believe it's the number 16 that they use for that. Which I believe every time they have like this overthrow or these coups or collapses and shit like that, that's why they have the toilet paper shortages, to see how many people react to that. That way they can gauge how many people are falling for it. Just a theory I have. Since it would seem desirable to use legitimate provocation at the basis for U.S. military intervention in Cuba, a cover and deception plan to include requisite preliminary actions such has been developed in response to Task 33, right? We all know about 33, right? And Freemasonry. And it's, the symbolism is heavy. Every time we see something, it'd be like 33 people killed, da da da. It's like how you always know they're behind it, right? So, and 33, represents enlightenment. It's when Jesus died. It's also, 32 degrees is when water freezes. So, this is why it's so huge. But, anyways, could be executed as an initial effort. And this is task 33, could be executed as an initial effort to provoke Cuban reactions. And I want you to also understand, too, that JFK's assassination is what you call a 33 king kill as well. A king kill. He was sacrificed where I was born, actually, on the 33rd parallel in Dallas, Texas, right? And he's one of the Kennedys are one of like the 13 families and all of this, and then when they Lee Harvey Oswald, when they did the autopsy on his body, they gave him the Y cut or whatever. They split him open like the Y. That is akin to an ancient Egyptian ritual, I believe it is, right? That Y cut. And that's not a very common procedure at all, right? When they do the autopsies, you hardly ever see them make that type of cut. They did it also to another king, the rapper King Von, right? He had the Y cut as well. It was a king kill. And you guys can look that up. When I do the JFK files, I'll drop some knowledge on you about the king kill. But it's a ritual, basically. So, harassment plus deceptive actions to convince the Cubans of imminent invasion would be emphasized. Our military posture throughout execution of the plan will allow a rapid change from exercise to intervention if Cuban response justifies. And so, like I said, this is like, if you see this today, we could kind of like compare this to the provocations in the South China Sea, right? Like having all the carriers and be like, oh, it's the Freedom of Navigation Act, right? Having all the carriers with all the fighter jets on it, running exercises right in our enemies' backyards, and then if they show any sign of aggression, using that as a excuse to respond, right, and go to war. A series of well coordinated incidents will be planned to take place in and around Guantanamo to give genuine appearance of being done by hostile Cuban forces. Incidents to establish the credible attack, not in chronological order. Start rumors, many, and use clandestine radio. And, this is the psychological warfare. This is psyops. And, like I said, these tactics, they're not just used on enemies and foreign adversaries any longer. These tactics are used domestically on United States citizens now, right? After the modernization of the Smith-Mundt Act, it's legal to run psyops and psychological warfare and propaganda on all of us now. Land friendly Cubans in uniform over the fence to stage an attack on base. Capture Cuban friendly saboteurs inside the base and start riots near the base main gate. Friendly Cubans, right? So paying actors, right? These are the friendly Cubans, and have them inside the base, right? Which, that would fucking suck, right? If you were the guy getting paid to do it and then they they kill your ass because you're inside the base, you're thinking you're just going to get money, right? And have them sabotage shit and all that, or start riots near the front gate of the base. And I even said this earlier, Kermit Roosevelt, the brother of the President Roosevelt, headed the CIA. And the reason we run psychological warfare operations the way that we do now, right, it's our go-to thing, is because Kermit was given a $1 million, right? That's all he had was $1 million, which is a lot, but even back then that was a lot. But $1 million, it wasn't nearly, what a lot of the other defense spending was getting, I assure you. But he was given a budget of $1 million, which was considered a small budget, especially to overthrow a nation, and that was his mission, was to overthrow the Ayatollah in Iran. Okay, so what he did was he started an opposition newspaper. Okay, right there in, I guess, the capital or wherever the Ayatollah was located. And he ran disinformation and misinformation in that paper, basically, what do they call them? It's a smear campaign, right? He was running smear stories and all of this shit. And anything he had on him, he was putting it in there, And then he started paying protesters, to protest outside of, the government buildings or where the Ayatollah was. And when they did those protests, when he was paying these protesters, he would then take pictures, take photographs of the people protesting, and he would zoom in with the photos or pan in such a way that way it looked like there was more people than there actually was. Like he would get at an angle to where if there was like 20 or 30 people, it would look like a huge crowd, by the angle of the pictures he was taking. And then he'd print that on the front page of the paper with his, smear story and shit like that of this opposition paper. And it was all to raise, anti-Iran or anti-Ayatollah sentiment in that time and create opposition and make the opposition party stronger, right? And give them momentum in order to overthrow him. And that is exactly what ended up happening once they overthrew the Ayatollah. It was extremely successful campaign. And then, he comes back home. He looks like a hero because it only took $1 million, right? Budget. And he made all of that happen. And there wasn't a shot fired. It wasn't a bomb dropped. Wasn't a tank or a jet deployed. And then they decided that this was the way that they were going to go about, handling their business from now on. And they do it still to this day. That's why we see proxy wars and shit like that. Usually these proxy wars are so we can get at other nations through a nation, right? or, we make allies with somebody because they're the neighbors of one of our enemies. We do, and put, our THAAD ballistic missile systems in their backyard and shit, nuclear bombs pointed right at them. It's like we do a lot of this stuff, as well as, help governments be overthrown and, install our own puppet presidents and shit like that. So yeah, it's nothing new at this point, but, that's where it began. And you could see, that this was going to be taking place then as well. Blow up ammunition inside the base and start fires, burn aircraft on the airbase and sabotage, and lob mortar shells from outside of the base into the base. Some damage to the installations. Now, fucking think about that. And this is what I was saying. If they are willing to blow up munitions and start fires, burn aircrafts, and sabotage the air bases, and then lob mortar shells from outside into the base, then they were willing to kill their own soldiers and their own people, right? They were willing to do that. The United States government was willing to kill their own soldiers, their own people, for a lie too. It was, it was a false event. It didn't happen. It definitely wasn't, it wasn't perpetrated by their enemies. It was them doing it, and they were trying to make it look like it was Cuba blowing up the bases, killing American citizens. That way the American public would be outraged like they were over Pearl Harbor at this time, and they would support a war. And keep in mind too that this war with Cuba would have basically eventually led us into war with the Soviet Union as well. So there was a lot of reasons why they wanted this. Capture assault teams approaching from the sea or vicinity of Guantanamo City. Like saying they were approaching to attack. Capture militia groups, which storms the base. Sabotage ships in the harbor with large fires, naphthalene, and sink ships near the harbor entrance and conduct funerals for mock victims, which may be in lieu of number 10, right? So they're saying after they sabotage the ships in the harbors with large fires using naphthalene, which I am not sure what naphthalene is. This is where I got cut off earlier. If anybody knows what naphthalene is, please, please, please put that in the chat, because I have no fucking clue what naphthalene is. And I looked it up and it didn't say anything. But they use naphthalene for the fires. And after they sink the ships in the harbor and all of this, right, then they would conduct, and isn't it interesting that they would conduct funerals for mock victims? Mock victims. So that either means one of two things here, right? One, that either nobody would actually die, right? Mock victims, right? Like Bohemian Grove, right? They use a mock effigy, right? When they're sacrificing the kid to Moloch and all of that, right? So they're mock victims, or are they mock victims because it would be us that actually took them out? Either way, that's fucking nefarious, bro. Right? United States would respond by executing offensive operations to secure water and power supplies, destroying artillery and mortar emplacements which threaten the base. Common large-scale United States military operations. Commence large-scale military United States military operations. Woo. Number 3 would be a remember the Maine incident. Could be arranged in several forms. How about that? So hold on a second. Let's see if something pops up here. Shit. So the main incident. The Maine was a United States Navy ship that sank in Havana Harbor on the 15th of February, 1898, contributing to the outbreak of the Spanish-American War in April. U.S. newspapers engaging in yellow journalism to boost circulation. What's yellow journalism? Yellow journalism and the yellow press are American newspapers that use eye-catching headlines and sensationalized exaggerations for increased sales. The term is chiefly used in American English, whereas United Kingdom, similar term, tabloid journalism. Wow. So basically, it was bullshit. To boost circulation, and they claim that the Spanish were responsible for the ship's destruction. The phrase, remember the Maine, to hell with Spain, remember the Maine, to hell with Spain, became a rallying cry for action. Although the Maine explosion was not a direct cause, it served as a catalyst that accelerated the events leading up to war. How about that? That is fucking crazy. Maine was sent to the Havana Harbor to protect U.S. interests during the Cuban War of Independence. Holy shit. And she exploded and sank on the evening of the 15th of February, 1898, killing 268 sailors, or 3/4 of her crew. Yeah. And we're going to get into one day why they call the ships a she and all of this, right? With maritime law and the doctors and all of that. We'll get into that, the legalese and, the power of words. We'll do that one day as well. I've got quite a few things I would like to cover with you guys, but you see, they're saying this will be a remember the Maine incident, could be arranged in several forms. We could blow up a U.S. ship in Guantanamo Bay and blame Cuba. We could blow up a drone, unmanned vessel anywhere in the Cuban waters. And think about this. This is back in the fucking, 50s and 60s that they had drone unmanned vessels then, right? Drones back then, right? Unmanned shit back then. So when you think about, like the Black Hawk helicopter, and we showed the Lockheed Martin, advertisement where it showed how they can be unmanned and all of that now, in DC crashing into the plane and, the planes that disappear and then 9/11 going into the towers and the Pentagon and all of that. I just want you to see they've been able to do this for a long fucking time, right? And they're not above it, right? They're not above it. We could arrange to cause, what is that? Such incident in the vicinity of Havana or Santiago as so spectacular result of Cuban attack from the air or sea or both. The pressures of Cuban planes or ships merely investigating the intent of the vessel could be fairly compelling evidence that the ship was taken under attack. Holy cow. So they're saying just because they know that the Cuban ships and planes will come out to investigate the fucking explosion of this ship, the Remember the Maine incident, right? And them merely investigating it will be all they need to blame them and make it look like it was them and then attack. Holy shit. The nearness to Havana or Santiago would add credibility, especially to those people that might have heard the blast or have seen the fire. The U.S. follow-up with air-sea rescue operation covered by U.S. fighters to evacuate remaining members of this non-existent crew. I want you to see this. This is declassified. Declassified. Operation Northwoods, right? So when people say they would never do that, they would never fake this or fake that, See it with your own fucking eyes, firsthand. The non-existent crew they would fake evacuate, and the closer they could get it to the country, the better, right? And you wonder why Kennedy wanted nothing to do with this bullshit. And then comes out and talks about, secret societies and shit like that, right? Saying that, they're a threat. Casualty list in U.S. newspapers would cause a helpful wave of national indignation, right? Righteous indignation by putting the list of casualties and the names of the people and stories about their families. And they do this shit nonstop, guys. That's why people aren't allowed to talk about Sandy Hook, right? Alex Jones got his ass sued off because the families of those people. And think about the Challenger spaceship that crashed. And let me even show you. Let's see. Of course, they said the members aren't alive, but let's see if I can. Right here, it is. It's not showing. Well, hold on. Man, I would really love to get a something. Here we go. I think I got it. I want you guys to be able to see, who they say these people are and shit like that. These are the same exact people. I want you to see just how fucking, deceptive this shit truly is, because it's fucked up, man. Let's see what we got here. Right here. The crew of the Challenger STS-51 supposedly died in a shuttle explosion in 1986. And look, this is all of these fucking people right here. And this ain't a very good one. I can't really see what it says they're doing or their new names. But keep in mind, right? They say it's like their brothers or shit like that, and they're doing very similar jobs. See, we can't fucking get in there and see that. I need to get a better image, but I just want to show you. Look, boom, 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 boom. These are the same exact mother effing people right here. Period. Whether you believe that or not, I'm sorry. And see, we can't see the writing, but they're all there, right? They're all there, still alive today and kicking. Let me see if I can find one that's got better writing on it, better. Let's see. We need something with like a higher, what's it called? Higher resolution image, higher resolution image. This is fucked up, man. But I want people to know, this is how it is, dude. Well, fuck. Maybe we can pull it up here. No, they've probably taken it down. So, if anybody can find a higher resolution image for this, let me know. But I'm sure I could see it on my phone, but this just isn't good enough for the people at home watching this. Damn it, man. That might be better. I'll try one or two more and then I'll move on. I'm sorry, guys. I just really want to show you. I really want you to see just how crazy this shit is, man. And this is what your government does and has been doing, And I even said, like, the most nefarious fucking time, we've ever been through was probably, the 60s and 70s and shit like that with Watergate and the assassination of JFK and all that. Here we go. I can at least kind of see it. But you can see there's the picture of all these people, right? And look, here's their NASA picture. Here's their present day picture. Ellison and Claude or Azuka, right? So his name's supposed to be Claude, but the same last name. Michael J. Smith and Michael J. Smith. This is supposed to be the Challenger pilot, and this is supposed to be a professor at the University of Western Michigan. Same fucking dude. He's just aged. This guy just aged. Candidate of the Francis something of the Challenger, and then Francis Richard is his middle name. This guy goes by Richard Scobie, right? CEO of something. Look, this is the same people, flat out. I can't see it that good, but even the same last name, Judith something. She's a Yale law professor now. How about that? You know, same thing. Sharon, Krista, and this is Sharon. Same thing. Ronald McNair, and then his name's Carl McNair. And he's bald, right? The brother of Ronald McNair is what they say. The brother, right? So there you go. This is your government, you know, and you can laugh and whatever, you know, make fun of it if you need to, if you wish. But keep in mind, Tupac's still out there. I don't know if Pac's still out there. I've heard he is, you know, and I've seen some photos of a guy that looks like an aged Tupac. But do I, know for a fact? No. But I want you to keep in mind too that we've seen such things as like, Bill Hicks, the comedian who died of pancreatic cancer at the age of 32. Kevin Booth was his best friend, and the company that he worked for, and all of that. And then Alex Jones emerges. Right? Kevin Booth is his best friend. They work for the same company, 6 months after, the comedian allegedly dies, Bill Hicks. And one of his final acts, he even says, I got a job, doing da 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 da, like with the government. Like, so it's just crazy. They do this nonstop, and Alex Jones is controlled opposition. But prove me wrong, Bill or Alex. Prove me wrong. Have me on your channel. Have me on your show. I would love to talk about some of this shit. I won't talk about you being a fake guy. Joe Rogan, Danny Jones, hit me up, y'all. Casualty lists in U.S. newspapers would cause a helpful wave of national indignation, right? When we've seen national indignation be used for 9/11, it was used in Pearl Harbor, We could develop a communist Cuban terror campaign in the Miami area, in other Florida cities, and even in Washington. Say what? Like Al Qaeda? Like ISIS, ISIL, right? Say what? The terror campaign could be pointed at Cuban refugees seeking haven in the United States, right? And we see now this thing against refugees, right? First, it was like the Venezuelans and all that shit, right? And when their country was collapsing and, their mass migration, different countries in South America. And, now we see with Mexico, Mexico. They're all cartel members and shit, right? The terror campaign could be pointed at Cuban refugees seeking haven in the United States. We could sink a boatload of Cubans en route to Florida, real or simulated. Say fucking what? Do you see this? I want you to see this, man. It's in red right here. We could sink a boatload of Cubans en route to Florida, real or simulated. Fuck them. Fuck them, right? We'll just sink their ass. And, and if we can't find nobody to sink, we'll just make it up and say we did. We could foster attempts on lives of Cuban refugees in the United States, even to the extent of wounding in instances to be widely publicized. What? We could foster attempts on the lives of Cuban refugees in the U.S., even to the extent of wounding them in instances to be widely publicized. So they would be willing to kill or wound their asses, right? Wounding them. That way it would be made a public spectacle and be in the news. And they could be like, yes, Castro sent his men because I defected to the United States and I chose democracy and freedom, right? But the whole time it was actually us, right? It was us. You came here for safety and we fucked you up instead and used you, you know, for our politically motivated agenda to start war. You know, exploding a few plastic bombs in carefully chosen spots, the arrest of Cuban agents, and the release of prepared documents substantiating Cuban involvements also would be helpful in projecting the idea of an irresponsible government. So they're literally saying, right? Explode plastic bombs and shit like this in carefully chosen spots, followed by arresting Cuban agents with prepared documents that are substantiating their claims that they're involved, right? A Cuban based Castro supported filibuster could be simulated against a neighboring Caribbean nation in the vein of the 14th of June invasion of the Dominican Republic. Let's see what happened there. Let's see what happened, y'all. June 14th, 1959. A group of Dominican exiles, Cubans and Guatemalans and American communists attempted an invasion of the Dominican Republic, landing near Constanza, but the Dominican army successfully repelled the invasion. Trujillo crushed an insurrection attempt in 49. Let's see. And it was Rafael Trujillo. Wow, man, that is fucking crazy. So there you go. This is from the Dominican Civil War. Allegations of communists that supported for the rebels led to a United States invasion. Right. So I wonder who set all that up, right? I wonder, right? We know that Castro is backing subversive efforts clandestinely against Haiti, Dominican Republic, Guatemala, and Nicaragua at present, and possible others. These efforts can be magnified and additional ones contrived for exposure. For example, advantage can be taken of the sensitivity of the Dominican Air Force to intrusions within their national airspace. The Cuban B-26 or C-46 type aircraft would make cane burning raids at night. Wow. So they're saying the sensitivity of the Dominican Air Force to intrusions with their national airspace. And they would even use Cuban, and it's in quotes, so it wouldn't actually be Cuban, but B-26s and C-46 type aircrafts. And they would do cane burning raids at night. And Soviet B-100 incendiaries could be found. This could be coupled with Cuban messages to the communist underground in the Dominican Republic and Cuban shipments of arms, which could be found or intercepted on the beach. Damn, dude, this is crazy. And the use of MiG type aircrafts by U.S. pilots could provide additional provocation. Harassment of civil air, attacks on surface shipping, and destruction of U.S. military drone aircraft. Destruction of U.S. military drone aircraft by MiG type planes would be useful as complementary actions. And I wonder if they would act like there was a person inside the aircraft, right? Even though it's drones, you know. I wouldn't put it past them at this point. An F-86 properly painted would convince air passengers that they saw a Cuban MiG. Wow. So paint an F-86. That way they believe it was a Cuban MiG. Especially if the pilot of the transport were to announce such fact. Right? Wow. So if the pilot's like, hey, there's a Cuban MiG right there, right? Then they'd all believe it. That is so crazy. And that's the truth, too. You know it, people would. If one person shouts it out and shit, right? Especially somebody like a pilot, right? They'd be all over it. Nobody'd even question it. The primary drawback to this suggestion appears to be the security risk inherent in obtaining or modifying an aircraft. However, reasonable copies of the MiG could be produced from U.S. resources in about 3 months, right? Reasonable copies. So they can make a few copies in case they need a few tries on this shit, right? Oh, Lord. Now, here we go. This is crazy. Hijacking attempts against civil air and surface craft. Get it? Hijacking against civil air should appear to continue as harassing measures condoned by the government of Cuba. Concurrently, genuine defections of Cuban civil and military air and surface craft should be encouraged. It is possible to create an incident which will demonstrate convincingly that a Cuban aircraft has attacked and shot down a chartered civil airliner en route from the United States to Jamaica, Guatemala, Panama, or Venezuela. And, what is the aircraft? I don't know if that was American or not. I think it was Malaysian Airlines or something. Right. I don't think that was American. I think it was Malaysian. Right. Nathan says, imagine the names of operations they haven't or that haven't been declared or declassified yet. No shit, bro. Right? No shit. That's a great comment. Imagine the shit that hasn't been declassified. Right? Crazy. Sunstreak. Yeah. Gondola Wish. When I did, I don't think I actually got into the Sunstreak document, but when I did the Psychic Soldiers video, it's a couple of videos ago, the CIA Psychic Soldiers, I had some of the what was it? Stargate Project, Sunstreak, and MK Ultra, just the Sub Project 68, so I had quite a few of those, documents or whatever within that mix on that video. So Backassword's Weird World says Best Damn Podcast biometric real IDs for all domestic air travel begins May the 7th, 2025. Project Stargate. Biometric travel tracking on land, sea, and air. Promises made, promises kept. Holy cow. Holy cow. I have not heard that. I would like to pull that up when we especially get into some of the other shit as we move through tonight. And that's May 7th, 2025. And this is biometric ID. Has anybody heard of this? Yep. What is this? What is a real ID? So hold on. As far as I can tell, and I live in Ohio, so that's probably why this is popping up. Real ID, Homeland Security. Map out your path to real ID readiness. The final rule on real ID enforcement beginning May the 7th. Acceptable IDs are driver's license and photo IDs, right? So I don't understand what's the difference between a real ID. Is that just your ID card? Right? I haven't seen any biometrics, so I will look into this more though. Right, I'm not sure. Kimberly F asked, "Is that a universal or global ID using fingerprints?" Gondolowicz says it has nothing to do with tracking. It has a chip in it. Has nothing to do. It has to do with tracking. It has a chip in it. Oh, okay. I thought you were being a smartass. Now they can track all your movements. Gotcha. Gotcha. Okay, we'll look into that. Remind me as we jump into some of the other stuff. Yeah, we'll look into that. That and we haven't even got into Operation Lockstep yet. Or the intelligence report by the Rockefeller Commission. We haven't gotten to, whew, it's just like, you know. All right. It is possible to create an incident which will demonstrate convincingly that Cuban aircraft has attacked and shot down a chartered civil airliner en route from the United States to Jamaica, Guatemala, Panama, or Venezuela, in which China and Panama right now, we're going to talk about that too. The destination would be chosen only to cause the flight plan route to cross Cuba. The passengers could be a group of college students off on a holiday or any grouping of persons with common interests to support chartering a non scheduled flight. An aircraft at Elgin Air Force Base would be painted and numbered as an exact duplicate for a civil registered aircraft belonging to a CIA proprietary organization in the Miami area, and at a designated time, the duplicate would be substituted for the actual civil aircraft and would be loaded with the selected passengers, all boarded under carefully prepared aliases. The actual registered aircraft would be converted to a drone. Takeoff times of the drone aircraft and the actual aircraft will be scheduled to allow a rendezvous south of Florida. From the rendezvous point, the passenger carrying aircraft will descend to minimum altitude and go directly into an auxiliary field at Elgin Air Force Base, where arrangements will have been made to evacuate the passengers and return the aircraft to its original state. The drone aircraft, meanwhile, will continue to fly the filed flight plan. When over Cuba, the drone will begin transmitting on the international distress frequency Mayday message, stating it is under attack by Cuban MiG aircraft. The transmission will be interrupted by the destruction of the aircraft, which will be triggered by radio signal. Holy shit. This will allow ICAO radio somethings, itations in the Western Hemisphere to tell the U.S. what has happened to the aircraft instead of the U.S. trying to sell the incident. Holy shit. And it is possible to create an incident which will make it appear that the communist Cuban MiGs have destroyed a United States Air Force aircraft over international waters in an unprovoked attack. This is downright fucking evil. This is evil and so dirty what they're trying to do with this, right? We're like, yo, we'll get a CIA plane, all the numbers and everything. We'll make a copy of this bitch. We'll get a bunch of college kids and shit like that to fly on it. And then we'll land them down at Elgin and swap it out with the copy. And it's just going to be a drone plane. And we're going to fly it over Cuba. When it gets over Cuba, we're going to send out a distress call for Mayday that we've been attacked and are going down. And then remotely by radio, we're going to trigger an explosion and blow the fucking thing up. That way, whoever hears this over the radio we'll have to inform the United States that it's happened. That way we don't appear to be selling the incident, but it looks organic. What in the fuck, dude? No wonder JFK didn't want to do this, Approximately 4 or 5 F-101 aircrafts will be dispatched in trail from Homestead Air Force Base, Florida, to the vicinity of Cuba. Their mission will be to reverse course and simulate something aircraft for an air defense exercise in southern Florida. 3 aircraft would conduct variations of these flights at frequent intervals. Crews would be briefed to remain at least 12 miles off the Cuban coast. However, they would be required to carry live ammunition in the event that hostile actions were taken by the Cuban MiGs. On one such flight, a pre-briefed pilot would fly tail end Charlie at considerable intervals between the aircraft. While near the Cuban island, the pilot would broadcast that he had been jumped by MiGs and was going down. No other call would be made. The pilot would then fly directly something at extremely low altitudes and land at a secure base in an Elgin auxiliary. The aircraft would be met by the proper people, quickly stored and given a new tail number. The pilot who had performed the mission under an alias would resume his proper identity and return to his normal place of business. The pilot and aircraft would then have disappeared. At precisely the same time that the aircraft was presumably shot down, a submarine or small surface craft would disperse F-101 parts and parachutes, etc., at approximately 15 to 20 miles off of the Cuban coast and then depart. The pilots returning to Homestead would have a true story as far as they knew. Search ships and aircraft could be dispatched and parts of the aircraft found. Wow. So that's the end of that one. That is fucking nuts. That is nuts. And you see, and what I love about this, and you see what we're getting ready to do, but what I love about this is it shows, and I know it's a very small document in terms, of what really took place with Operation Northwoods, seriously, far more than what we'll ever know. And that is the case with so much of this shit, right? But what I love about this is that this is through the Freedom of Information Act, you can actually see firsthand, how false flag operations happen and how not only, yes, they are willing to kill their own citizens, their own soldiers, they're willing to make things up, to lie, to orchestrate, any type of illusion, to accomplish the goal they're set out to accomplish, And it's all usually to manipulate you to go along with whatever, they're trying to project. That way you'll support the war, you'll support the action, and they have the citizens behind what they're doing. And the world as well, right? Then it looks in the eyes of the world community, that we've been victimized, or that, same thing with like the chemical attacks and shit in Syria. Obama did it. Then Trump comes in 2016, about a month after he's in office, then he does it, like, okay. So they're all just, doing these chemical attacks on us, and then we're going to go start striking on them. Keep in mind that it was, and I think I can show this. Countries. Um, Well, I'll go ahead and tell you which countries are not a part of, not dependent upon the petrodollar, and it's Iran, Syria, North Korea. Those are the countries. Those are the countries. Iran, Syria, and North Korea. You know. So when you think about the fucking, chemical attacks and all of that shit, when you see Iran will have hell to pay if it fails to strike a deal, White House says. If they don't choose to move forward with diplomacy, Caroline Leavitt said, there will be grave consequences to pay. Right? And we'll just give you a little taste of this. The president has made it very clear that to Iran that they have a choice to make. You can strike a deal with the president, you can negotiate, or there will be hell to pay. And as the president said yesterday, if they don't choose to move forward with diplomacy and a deal, which is the direction we do see them headed in, there will be grave consequences to pay. I think if the talks aren't successful with Iran, I think Iran is going to be in great danger, Trump said. It's not a complicated formula. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. That's all there is. And I want you to understand, too, Trump is a Zionist puppet, flat out. He is a Zionist puppet, period. Right? His slogan should have been "Make Israel Great," not America. RFK, too. And what many people believe is that Iran doesn't have nuclear weapons. They don't have the ability to make them, and they haven't. That's what a lot of people, a lot of insiders believe, and that it's propaganda that we're being told they do. Okay. And whether they do or don't, right? Either way, they don't have the capabilities to shoot them, long range missiles or the fighters or, the radar technology or anything to get past our defenses. They're not there, whether they're backed by Russia and China or not, right? And I know Russia backs them, right? And China backs North Korea, and we have the proxy war in Syria. But this has been on the agenda for America for quite a while to overthrow this regime and install a puppet government, right? And I just told you why, right? Because they're not beholden to the dollar. Iran and the United States will meet in Oman on Saturday for indirect high-level talks. It is as much an opportunity as it is a test. The ball is in America's court, right? And Reuters, by the way, is one of those companies that got hundreds of millions of dollars from Soros to run propaganda, right? So now let's go to the Rockefeller Foundation, Operation Lockstep, right? We're going to go to that. And then after that, we will look at the Rockefeller Commission intelligence report, which this is fucking wild too, right? These documents are shocking. I'm just going to keep it real with you. Israel's David Sling weapon. What is that? I have to look that up, dude. Hold on. Shit. David Sling weapon. Here it is. This is it. David Sling, also formerly known as the Magic Wand, is an Israel Defense Forces military system jointly developed by the Israeli defense contractor Rafael Advanced Defense Systems and the American defense contractor Raytheon, so the military industrial complex. It became operational in 2017 and it is designed to intercept enemy planes, drones, tactical ballistic missiles, medium to long range rockets, and cruise missiles, fired at ranges from 40 to 300 kilometers or 25 to 190 miles. David's sling is intended to replace the MIM 23 Hawk and the MIM 104 Patriot in the Israeli arsenal. The system's Stunner missile is designed to intercept the newest generation of tactical ballistic missiles at low altitude, such as the Russian Iskander and the Chinese DF 15, using onboard dual CCD IR seekers to distinguish between decoys and the actual warhead of the missile. In addition to tracking by ELTA LM2084 active electronically scanned array multi-mode radar. The multi-stage interceptor consists of a solid fuel rocket motor booster followed by an asymmetrical kill vehicle with advanced steering for super maneuverability during the kill stage. A 3-pulse motor provides additional acceleration and maneuverability during the terminal phase. David's sling became operational in April of 2017. Holy shit. And you got to think it forms one level of Israel's future multi-tiered missile defense system, which also includes Arrow 2, right? Or the HETS, anti-ballistic missiles. Arrow 3, which is an exo-atmospheric hypersonic anti-ballistic missile. The Iron Dome, right, which is their defense system, supposed to be impenetrable, and the Iron Beam, which is a directed energy weapon air defense system. Holy shit. Damn. Yeah. Damn. That's crazy. Iron Age warfare. How about that? That was a good find right there. No censoring here. Who's being censored? Nobody should be censored. I don't do the censoring thing. So none of that, please. All right, let's go to the Rockefeller Foundation. Okay, this is Operation Lockstep and document scenarios for the future of technology and international development. And remember, this is from, and I want you to remember, you're going to see, when I showed this, right? They're going to say that this is bullshit, basically. Hold on. Shit. Here it is. Fact check right here. Oh, where's it at? Rockefeller Playbook and Operation Lockstep are hoaxes. You can see it in a few different ones. And you could also see one earlier that said that in the first version of the video before I got canned, that they were conspiracies, the COVID-19 conspiracies for it. So, whatever. Okay. We're going to go through this one. Here we go. Okay, the Rockefeller Foundation supports work that expands opportunity and strengthens resilience to social, economic, health, and environmental challenges. Affirming its pioneering philanthropic mission since 1913 to promote the well-being of humanity. We take a synergistic, strategic approach that places a high value on the innovative processes and encourages new ways of seeking ideas to break down silos and encourage interdisciplinary thinking. One important and novel component of our strategy toolkit is scenario planning, a process of creating narratives about the future based on factors likely to affect a particular set of challenges and opportunities. We believe that scenario planning has great potential for use in philanthropy to identify unique interventions simulate, and rehearse important decisions that could have profound implications, and highlight previously undiscovered areas of connection and intersection. Most important, by providing a methodological structure that helps us focus on what we don't know instead of what we already know. Scenario planning allows us to achieve impact more effectively. The results of our first scenario planning exercise demonstrate a provocative and engaging exploration of the role of technology and the future of globalization. As you will see in the following pages, this report is crucial reading for anyone interested in creatively considering the multiple divergent ways in which our world could evolve. The sparks of insight inspiring these narratives, along with their implications for philanthropy as a whole, were generated through the invaluable collaboration of grantee representatives, external experts, and Rockefeller Foundation staff. I offer a special thanks to Peter Schwartz, blah, 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 who helped guide us through the stimulating and energizing process. Here we go. And we're not going to read no more of her fucking note. Let's just jump in it. That's Peter Schwartz. Keep moving. All right. For decades, technology has been dramatically changing not just the lives of individuals in developed countries, but increasingly the lives and livelihoods of people throughout the developing world. Whether it is a community, mobile phone, or a solar panel, a new farming practice, or a cutting edge medical device, technology is altering the landscape of possibility in places where possibilities used to be scarce. And yet, looking out to the future, there is no single story to be told about how technology will continue to help shape or even revolutionize life in developing countries. There are many possibilities, some good and some less so, some known and some unknowable. Indeed, for everything we think we can anticipate about how technology and international development will interact and intertwine in the next 20 years and beyond, there is so much more that we cannot yet even imagine. For philanthropies as well as for other organizations, this presents a unique challenge. Given the uncertainty about how the future will play out, how we can best position ourselves, not just to identify technologies that improve lives of poor communities, but also to help scale and spread those that emerge. And how will the social, technological, economic, environmental, and political conditions of the future enable or inhibit our ability to do so? The Rockefeller Foundation believes that in order to understand the many ways in which technology will impact international development in the future, we must first broaden and deepen our individual and collective understanding of the range of possibilities. This report and the project upon which it is based is one attempt to do that. In it, we share the outputs and insights from a year-long project undertaken by the Rockefeller Foundation. Now, let's just go ahead and go into some of the scenarios. It basically says every scenario project has a focal question, right? So they're focusing on something. So scenario framework, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Where am I at here? So Rockefeller Foundation and GBN began the scenario process by surfacing a host of driving forces that would affect the future of technology and international development. The forces were generated through both secondary research and in-depth interviews with foundation staff, grantees, and external experts. This is where they get it, choosing the critical uncertainties. Okay. The scenarios that follow are not meant to be exhaustive. Rather, they are designed to be both plausible and provocative, to engage your imagination while also raising new questions for you about what future might look like and feel like. Each scenario tells a story of how the world, and in particular the developing world, might progress over the next 15 to 20 years. Let's see, where is it? Here we go. Scenario narratives. Lockstep, a world of tighter top-down government control and more authoritarian leadership with limited innovation and growing citizen pushback. Now think about that, bruh. Doesn't that sound dreamy, right? Doesn't it just sound dreamy? Wouldn't you just love that? A world of tighter top-down government control, more authoritarian leadership with limited innovation and growing citizen pushback. Right? In 2012, the pandemic that the world had been anticipating, and see, keep in mind, this was written in 2010. Okay, this document was put together in 2010. Okay, in 2012, the pandemic that the world had been anticipating for years finally hit. Unlike 2009's H1N1, this new influenza strain, originating from wild geese, was extremely virulent, or virulent, however you say that, virulent, and deadly. Even the most pandemic prepared nations were quickly overwhelmed when the virus streaked around the world, infecting nearly 20% of the global population and killing 8 million in just 7 months. The majority of them healthy young adults. The pandemic also had a deadly effect on economies. International mobility of both people and goods screeched to a halt, debilitating industries like tourism and breaking global supply chains. Even locally, normally bustling shops and office buildings sat empty for months, devoid of both employees and customers. The pandemic blanketed the planet, though disproportionate numbers died in Africa, Southeast Asia, and Central America, where the virus spread like wildfire in the absence of official containment protocols. But even in developed countries, containment was a challenge. The United States' initial policy of strongly discouraging citizens from flying proved deadly in its leniency, accelerating the spread of the virus not just within the US, but across borders. However, a few countries did fare better, China in particular. The Chinese government's quick imposition and enforcement of mandatory quarantine for all citizens, as well as its instant and near hermetic sealing off of all borders, saved millions of lives, stopping the spread of the virus far earlier than in other countries and enabling a swifter post pandemic recovery. China's government was not the only one that took extreme measures to protect its citizens from risk and exposure. During the pandemic, national leaders around the world flexed their authority and imposed airtight rules and restrictions, from the mandatory wearing of face masks to body temperature checks at the entries to communal spaces like train stations and supermarkets. Even after the pandemic faded, this more authoritarian control and oversight of citizens and their activities stuck and even intensified in order to protect themselves from the spread of increasingly global problems, from pandemics and transnational terrorism to environmental crisis and rising poverty. Leaders around the world took a firmer grip on power. At first, the notion of a more controlled world gained wide acceptance and approval. Citizens willingly gave up some of their sovereignty and their privacy to more paternalistic states in exchange for greater safety and stability. Citizens were more tolerant and even eager for top down direction and oversight. and national leaders had more latitude to impose order in the ways they saw fit. In developed countries, this heightened oversight, which took many forms: biometric IDs for all citizens, for example, and tighter regulations of key industries whose stability was deemed vital to national interest. In many developed countries, enforced cooperation with a suite of new regulations and agreements slowly but steadily restored both order and, importantly, economic growth. Across the developing world, however, the story was different and much more variable. Top down authority took different forms in different countries, hinging largely on the capacity, the caliber, and intentions of their leaders. In countries with strong and thoughtful leaders, citizens' overall economic status and quality of life increased. In India, for example, air quality drastically improved after 2016 when the government outlawed high emitting vehicles. In Ghana, the introduction of ambitious government programs to improve basic infrastructure and ensure the availability of clean water for all her people led to a sharp decline in waterborne diseases. But more authoritarian leadership worked less well, and in some cases, tragically, in countries run by irresponsible elites who use their increased power to pursue their own interests at the expense of their citizens. There were other downsides, as the rise of virulent nationalism created new hazards. Spectators at the 2018 World Cup, for example, wore bulletproof vests that sported a patch of their national flag. Strong technology regulations stifled innovation and kept costs high and curbed adoption. In the developing world, access to approved technologies increased, but beyond that remained limited. The locus of technology innovation, what the focus of technology innovation was largely in the developed world, leaving many developing countries on the receiving end of technologies that others consider best for them. uh, Quote, it is possible to discipline and control some societies for some time, but not the whole world all the time. How about that? Isn't that an amazing fucking quote right there? It is possible to discipline and control some societies for some time, but not the whole world all the time. It's still on from 12 years ago. Yeah, well, Agenda 21. Anne Bressington, Australia, does an amazing speech on Agenda 21. I'll pull it up. We'll take a little gander at that. Not right this second, but here in a moment. Anne Bressington. Shit. If you put the link in the chat, that would help. In the Club of Rome. Looks like this is it right here. Looks like this is it. So, Club of Rome and Agenda 21. We will watch this in just a moment. Let's get through a little bit more of this. But thank you so much, man. I appreciate that. I love it, man. The chat is just always dropping bombs on us. Kimberly F. Is that the video I just grabbed? It is. Look how much of a G I am. I already picked the right video. Look, I picked the same exact one, y'all. Right? Call that some. I was reading your mind, bro. Um, and you know what? I love to see what you guys have to say too in the chat. It really is awesome. So hit the thumbs up too if you're in the chat. It helps us with the algorithm. That way it pushes it out to more people. Governments found this patronizing and refused to distribute computers and other technologies that they scoffed at as a second hand. Meanwhile, developing countries with more resources and better capacity began to innovate internally to fill these gaps on their own. Meanwhile, in the developed world, the presence of so many top down rules and norms greatly inhibited entrepreneurial activity. Scientists and innovators were often told by governments what research lines to pursue and were guided mostly towards projects that would make money. Examples given market driven, product development, or were sure bets. Fundamental research, leaving more risky or innovative research areas largely untapped. Well off countries and monopolistic companies with big research and development budgets still made significant advances, but the IP behind their breakthroughs remained locked behind strict national or corporate protection. Russia and India imposed stringent domestic standards for supervising and certifying encryption related projects and their suppliers, a category that in reality meant all IT innovations. The US and the EU struck back with retaliatory national standards, throwing a wrench in the development and diffusion of technology globally, especially in the developing world. Acting in one's national self interest often meant seeking practical alliances that fit with those interests, whether it was gaining access to needed resources or banding together in order to achieve economic growth. In South America and Africa, regional and sub regional alliances became more structured. Kenya doubled its trade with Southern and Eastern Africa as new partnerships grew within the continent. China's investment in Africa expanded as the bargain of new jobs and infrastructures in exchange for access to key minerals or food exports proved agreeable to many governments. Cross border ties proliferated in the form of official security aid, while the deployment of foreign security teams was welcomed in some of the most dire failed states. One size fits all solutions yielded few positive results. By 2025, people seem to be growing weary of so much top down control and letting leaders and authorities make choices for them. Well, that part's definitely accurate. Wherever national interest clashed with individual interest, there was conflict. Sporadic pushback became increasingly organized and coordinated. As disaffected youth and people who had seen their status and opportunities slip away, largely in developing countries, incited civil unrest. In 2026, protesters in Nigeria brought down the government, fed up with the entrenched cronyism and corruption. Even those who liked the greater stability and predictability of this world began to grow uncomfortable and constrained by so many tight rules and by the strictness of national boundaries. The feeling lingered that sooner or later something would inevitably upset the neat order that the world's governments had worked so hard to establish. And this is the headlines in Lockstep: quarantine, right? Restrict in person contact. Look at this. Wow. International trade hit by the pathogen. Uh, Immigrant caregiver gap with robots, right? Using robots as caregivers. Um, Authoritarian capitalism through China. Solar panel on every home. And then Nigeria's government collapse. Wow. Hmm. Okay, so I would like to see Clever Together. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to see. Any clever together didn't see that interesting hack attack. All right. So let's go to this video first, and then we're going to look at hack attack, which is an economically unstable and shock-prone world in which governments weaken, criminals thrive, and dangerous innovations emerge. Right? They love to lay it on thick, don't they? They love to lay it on thick. So let's go there. And I think it was Nathan that dropped this one from the chat. Thank you for this video. It's Ann Bressington exposes Agenda 21 and the Club of Rome. We're not going to watch the whole thing, but let's give it a look-see. Got the music kicking. Damn. Got the superhero music. Let's go.
Is that Peter and members of Flag Australia and myself are hearing on a regular basis about the pressure that our farmers and food producers are under. But let me just make the point that these policies come from a faraway place.
If you have a timestamp of anywhere in particular, bro, drop that in the chat for me.
Read my speech, and I will read it because otherwise I'll be up here for hours. I get a bit carried away with this, so I've contained it to as smaller speech as I can do. But we are in trouble, and we all need to pull together on this. And first of all, I'd just like to thank people who have been speaking to you today. I'm going to quote a number of people from various influential positions on the international stage, and I'll leave it with you to make up your mind.
I don't know why this keeps happening.
If you want to continue to head in the direction that we're going. I first stumbled across Agenda 21 in about 2008. And quite frankly, my first reaction was to dismiss what I was reading because I didn't believe that any government in Australia would take us down this road. Then I began to see a legislative pattern emerging in Parliament, which concerned me greatly. And I also started to see the tenor of legislation that we were passing. I did air those concerns in Parliament, and it was dismissed and ignored. The words Agenda 21, ladies and gentlemen, were never meant to be spoken. And if they were, then of course it would be dismissed as a conspiracy theory. Because if people knew Agenda 21 and what it stood for, there's plenty of information out there where they could actually learn what the end game was, and governments didn't want that to be known. My dad always said to me that people only lie for two reasons. One reason is because you're ashamed of what you're doing, and the second reason is that you don't want people to be warned just before you screw them. And I honestly believe that these secrets have been, that these secrets have been kept for both of those reasons. Ladies and gentlemen, the origins of the environmental movement as we see it began back in 1968 when the Club of Rome was formed. The Club of Rome has been described as a crisis think tank, which specialises in crisis creation. And
remember, we've talked about this too, how, the 60s were probably the most corrupt decade by far of the United States government, with MK Ultra and, Watergate and all of it. Like we named it all earlier, right? All the different things that happened, the events, and that corruption continued into the 70s. And I'm not saying it wasn't corrupt in the 50s as well. I mean, we've seen the financial system change in 1913 and 1933, and, the Depression, and, we went through 2 world wars and all of that. There was corruption along the way, but not like, it was next level deception and corruption in the 60s and the 70s, and who knows, the 80s has shown some as well. I mean, there's corruption the entire time, but those 2 decades in particular.
The main purpose of this think tank was to formulate a crisis that would unite the world and condition us to the idea of global solutions to local problems. In a document called The First Global Revolution, authored by Alexander King and Bertrand Schneider, on pages 104 and 105, it stated, "In searching for a new enemy to unite us, we came up with the idea that pollution, the threat of global warming, water shortages, famine, and the like would fit the bill. All these dangers, of course, will be caused by human intervention that will require a global response." That's the origin of global warming, ladies and gentlemen. In 1975, Australia agreed to bring in a new economic order via the Lima Declaration on the Second Conference of the United Nations Industrial Development Organisation. The outcome of this was, as I said, the Lima Declaration, which was the blueprint for the redeployment of tools, jobs, and manufacturing to the developing nations, leaving countries like Australia short of technology, a manufacturing base, and jobs. Blind Freddie can now see what the outcome of that has been for our country, with their unworkable trade and tariffs agreements hand in hand with this that have followed as a matter of course. This is now a reality, with around 90% of our agriculture and manufacturing just gone.
Which, I had seen something today. There's farmers talking about Agenda 2030 and how basically that's like the deadline, for farmers to, basically stop farming. I'd have to find the video for it, but it was sad what I seen. I think I seen it up on Facebook. Yeah, Manson in the 60s, right? The MK, yeah, he was MK Ultra Patsy. Charlie Manson was, absolutely. Pine Gap Military Base, yes, which I believe they just recently updated Pine Gap Military Base to be able to actually have the capabilities to stop China, right? So, yeah. Which while we're at it here, let's see if we can pick up the farming thing for. Let's see if it just pops up. I doubt it will. I doubt it will. All right. Wow, that was weird. It was weird as fuck. Sorry about that, guys. My shit locked up on me. So, and in the chat, we only got 16 thumbs ups and like 23 or 24 people in here. So make sure to hit the thumbs up if you're in the chat for me. It's free. It costs nothing to hit thumbs up. And it helps to, yeah, we're back. I'm sorry about that, guys. I don't know what the fuck happened with that, but I've been having weird little glitches and shit. I've tried to do this video. This is the second time now, and I've been having weird shit happen with it. Make sure to hit the thumbs up. That way we get more people in the chat. It helps with the algorithms.
Australia signed the Lima Declaration and hundreds of others with the support of all major political players. Whitlam, Fraser, Hawke, Keating, Hewson, Howard, Rudd, the Democrats, the Greens, and even the Nationals. It has been put to me that all of these treaties were the foundation for the rollout of Agenda 21, and it seems that Australia has been moved around the global chessboard, and our so-called leaders were either complicit or naive to the long-term consequences. And now we're almost at checkmate.
This was like 12 years ago too, I think, so.
Sorry. In 1992, former President of the United States, George Bush Sr. said, Effective execution of Agenda 21 will require a profound reorientation of human society, unlike anything the world has ever experienced.
Wow.
A major shift in the priorities of both governments and individuals, and an unprecedented redeployment of human and financial resources. This shift will demand that a concern for the environmental consequences of every human action will be integrated into individual and collective decision-making at every level. Cutting through the code, I want everyone to consider what the words profound reorientation of all human society and unprecedented redeployment of human and financial resources actually means. For everyone here tonight not familiar with Agenda 21, I would suggest that this is the beginning of your learning curve, not the end.
Wow. Now, and that's what I was talking about a little earlier too. That's what really, this is why it's so fucking important. It's not just the invasive technologies and shit like that. That's one part of all of this, the technologies and all of that. It's not just, the police state, the surveillance state. That's another part of it. The totalitarian control, right? The lack of liberty and freedom, right? Privacy. That's another part of it. But it's the redistribution of wealth, of resources, right? The redistribution of wealth and of resources, and how they will have to circumvent your rights, your sovereignty, the Constitution in order to make that happen, and all these laws and regulations and everything in the name of climate change, in the name of pandemics, and in the name of, anti-terrorists, in the name of the war on drugs, the war on terror, the war on COVID, and whatever other fucking war they have going on, which is all really just a war on you, and a war on your mind, and a war on information, and a war on freedom, right? In a war to make the masses, the population, poor and keep you in poverty. The slave class of people. Eliminate the middle class. Just make them all a slave class, right? And allow the dark enlightenment to take place, right? The technocracy, corporatocracy, right? Or corporations, ran by these, Silicon Valley technocrats, make all the laws and rule the different districts, right? Because we know that Agenda 21, Agenda 2030, 2050, all these sustainable development, population control, green agendas, build back betters, all of it, right? Want to take the ability for autonomous vehicles, right? They want to put you into these little fucking smart houses and jam you full of radiation with their smart meters and everything else. Have you living in fucking storage containers stacked on top of each other, like Ready Player One. You'll own nothing, right? Own nothing, eat bugs, and be happy. That's what the fuck you'll do, in this agenda. The hack attack is an economically unstable and shock-prone world in which governments weaken, criminals thrive, and dangerous innovations emerge. Devastating shocks like September 11th, the Southeast Asian tsunami of 2004, and the 2010 Haiti earthquake had certainly primed the world for sudden disaster. But no one was prepared for a world in which large-scale catastrophes would occur with such breathtaking frequency. The years 2010 to 2020 were dubbed the Doom Decade, and for good reason. The 2012 Olympic bombing, which killed 13,000, was followed closely by an earthquake in Indonesia, killing 40,000. a tsunami that almost wiped out Nicaragua, and the onset of the West China famine caused by a once in a millennium drought linked to climate change. Not surprisingly, this opening series of deadly asynchronous catastrophes, and there were more, put enormous pressure on an already overstressed global economy that had entered the decade still in recession. Massive humanitarian relief efforts cost vast sums of money, but the primary sources from aid agencies to developed world governments had run out of funds to offer. Most nation states could no longer afford their locked in costs, let alone respond to increased citizen demands for more security, more healthcare coverage, more social programs and services, and more infrastructure repair. In 2014, when mudslides in Lima buried thousands and only minimal help trickled in, prompting the Economist headline, "Is the planet finally bankrupt?" These dire circumstances forged tough trade offs. In 2015, the U.S. reallocated a large share of its defense spending to domestic concerns, pulling out of Afghanistan, where the resurgent Taliban seized power once again. In Europe, Asia, South America, and Africa, more and more nation states lost control of their public finances, along with the capacity to help their citizens and retain stability and order. Resource scarcities and trade disputes, together with severe economic and climate stresses, pushed many alliances and partnerships to the breaking point. They also sparked proxy wars, low level conflict in resource rich parts of the developing world. Nations raised trade barriers in order to protect their domestic sectors against imports, and in the face of global food and resource shortages, to reduce exports of agricultural produce and other commodities. By 2016, the global coordination and interconnectedness that had marked the post Berlin Wall world was tenuous at best. With government power weakened, order rapidly disintegrating, and safety nets evaporating, violence and crime grew more rampant. Countries with ethnic, religious, or class divisions saw especially sharp spikes in hostility. Naxalite separatists dramatically expanded their guerrilla campaign in East India. Israeli Palestinian bloodshed escalated, and across Africa, fights over resources erupted along ethnic or tribal lines. Meanwhile, overtaxed militaries and police forces could do little to stop growing communities of criminals and terrorists from gaining power. Technology enabled gangs and network criminal enterprises exploited both the weakness of states and the desperation of individuals. With increasing ease, these global guerrillas moved illicit products through underground channels from poor producer countries to markets in the developed world. Using retired 727s and other rogue aircraft, they crisscrossed the Atlantic from South America to Africa, transporting cocaine, weapons, and operatives. Drug and gun money became a common recruiting tool for the desperately poor. Criminal networks also grew highly skilled at counterfeiting illicit goods through reverse engineering. Many of these ripoffs and copycats were of poor quality or downright dangerous. In the context of weak health systems, corruption, and inattention to standards, either within countries or from global bodies like the World Health Organization, tainted vaccines entered public health systems of several African countries. In 2021, 600 children in Cote d'Ivoire died from bogus hepatitis B vaccines, which paled in comparison to the scandal sparked by mass deaths from tainted anti-malarial drugs years later. The deaths and resulting scandals sharply affected public confidence in vaccine delivery. Parents, not just in Africa, but elsewhere. Quote, "We have this love affair with strong central states, but that's not the only possibility. Technology is going to make this even more real for Africa. There is the same cell phone penetration rate in Somalia as in Rwanda. In that respect, Somalia works. Okay. Began to avoid vaccinating their children, and it wasn't long before infant and child mortality rates rose to levels not seen since the 70s. Technology hackers were also hard at work. Internet scams, pyramid schemes plagued inboxes. Meanwhile, more sophisticated hackers attempted to take down corporations, government systems, banking via phishing scams and database information heist. And their many successes generated billions of dollars in losses. Desperate to protect themselves and their intellectual property, the few multinationals still thriving enacted strong, increasingly complex defensive measures. Patent applications skyrocketed and patent thickets proliferated as companies fought to claim and control even the tiniest innovations. Security measures and screenings tightened. This Wild West environment had a profound impact on innovation. The threat of being hacked and the presence of so many thefts and fakes lowered the incentives to create me first rather than me too technologies. And so many patent thickets made the cross pollination of ideas and research difficult at best. Blockbuster pharmaceuticals quickly became artifacts of the past, replaced by increased production of generics. Breakthrough innovations still happened in various industries, but they were focused more on technologies that could not be easily replicated or re engineered. And once created, they were vigorously guarded by their inventors or even by their nations. In 2022, a biofuel breakthrough in Brazil was protected as a national treasure and used as a bargaining chip in trade with other countries. Verifying the authenticity of anything was increasingly difficult. The heroic efforts of several companies and NGOs to create recognized seals of safety and approved proved ineffective when even those seals were hacked. The positive effects of the mobile and internet revolutions were tempered by their increasing fragility as scamming and viruses proliferated, preventing these networks from achieving the reliability required to become the backbone of developing economies or a source of trustworthy information for anybody. Interestingly, not all of the hacking was bad. Genetically modified crops and do it yourself biotech became backyard and garage activities, producing important advances. In 2017, a network of renegade African scientists who'd returned to their home countries after working in Western multinationals unveiled the first of a range of new GMOs that boosted agricultural productivity on the continent. But despite such efforts, the global have and have not gap grew wider than ever. The very rich still had the financial means to protect themselves. Gated communities sprung up from New York to Lagos, providing safe havens surrounded by slums. In 2025, it was de rigueur to build not a house, but a high walled fortress guarded by armed personnel. The wealthy also capitalized on the loose regulatory environment to experiment with advanced medical treatments and other under the radar activities. Those who couldn't buy their way out of chaos, which was most people, retreated to whatever safety they could find. With opportunity frozen and global mobility at a near standstill, no place wanted more people, especially more poor people. It was often a retreat to the familiar, family ties, religious beliefs, or even national allegiance. Trust was afforded to those who guaranteed safety and survival, whether it was a warlord, an evangelical preacher, or a mother. In some places, the collapse of state capacity led to a resurgence of feudalism. In other areas, people managed to create more resilient communities operating as isolated micro versions of formerly large scale systems. The weakening of national governments also enabled grassroots movements to form and grow, creating rays of hope amid the bleakness. By 2030, the distinction between developed and developing nations no longer seemed particularly descriptive or relevant. And from the headlines from the hack attack, violence against minorities, Islamic terror, drug scandal, Doctors Without Borders, Confined Within Borders, struggling, resources constraints, race to scale, synthetic biology, water wars raging. Jesus, dude. Warlords dispensing vital medicines. Okay. So let's see if we got another scenario here. Smart scramble. The economically depressed world in which individuals and communities develop localized makeshift solutions to a growing set of problems. Let's see. All right. So, and I would like to, we're going to go to the Rockefeller Commission intelligence report here in just a second. So let's hear a little bit more from this video. Yeah, Kimberly says, y'all ever feel like we went to bed one night and woke up in clown world? Nathan says 2030 and 2050 key years of theirs. Haven't even rolled out 6G yet. Is that when the zombie apocalypse begins? Wow. If they got an emoji for it, it's possible in the simulation. Dude, bro, I completely agree with you. And the 6G is supposed to have the capability of, literally, real time, reading minds and all kinds of shit. So.
In 1992, Maurice Strong, Secretary General of the UN Earth Summit and member of the Club of Rome, said, "It is clear that current lifestyles and consumption patterns of the affluent middle class, involving high meat intake, consumption of large amounts of frozen and convenience foods, use of fossil fuels, ownership of motor vehicles, small electrical appliances, home and workplace air conditioning, and suburban housing are not sustainable."
Whoa. You hear what was not sustainable? Suburban housing, all of this, not sustainable.
Put those statements together with the previous one, and it must become clear that Agenda 21 is about controlling every aspect of our lives: how we eat, what we eat, how much we eat, how we move around, food production, the amount of food, and where we even live.
Right.
Dixie Ray, former Washington State Governor and Assistant Secretary for Oceans and International Environmental and Scientific Affairs, stated, "Agenda 21 seeks to establish a mechanism for transferring the wealth from citizens to the third world. Fear of environmental crisis would be used to create a world government and UN central direction." From a report in the 1976 UN's Habitat I conference, land cannot be treated as an ordinary asset, controlled by individuals and subject to the pressures and inefficiencies of the market. Private land ownership is also a principal instrument of accumulation and concentration of wealth, therefore contributes to social injustice.
Wow.
In other words, ladies and gentlemen, if you work hard and you exercise good financial management and invest in property, you are contributing to social injustice. In a report from the President's Council on Sustainable Development, we need a new collaborative decision process that leads to better decisions, more rapid change, and more sensible use of human, natural, and financial resources in achieving our goals. And at the same time, Harvey Reuven, Vice Chair of the Wildlands Project, says individual rights will have to take a back seat to the collective.
Individual rights will have to take a back seat to the collective. What a hell of a video right here. This is a really good call. We're going to take a little gander here at another Rockefeller document. Now, you gotta love the Rockefeller Foundation, right? Gotta love them. And then we'll get into some of this, the other news and shit. There's just so much crazy shit happening right now in our world. If you are in the chat, like I said, give me a thumbs up, give it a like. It really does help me with the YouTube algorithms, especially. It gets more people in the chat and shit like that. And I am checking back and forth into the chat. So, if you got questions or videos or documents or articles or anything, drop them in there, man. So, especially if it goes with tonight's theme, So, and like I said, I want to just thank everybody for taking the time to join me, watch me. And after tonight's show, please go share this link on your social media. This shit is important, right? I don't do fuck off videos. I don't. Every video I do is talking about some real deal shit that we're all facing globally 9 times out of 10, So, and, I encourage you to check out some of my other shit as well. I got a lot of videos, a lot of good stuff. And, support the work, by donating, sharing, all of that. There's lots of ways to support me. So, here we go. The Intelligence Rockefeller Commission report. Report to the President by the Commission on CIA Activities within the United States. Okay. President Gerald Ford created a commission on CIA activities within the United States on January 4th, 1975, and he directed the commission to determine whether any domestic CIA activities exceeded the agency's statutory authority and to make appropriate recommendations. The findings, conclusions, and recommendations of the commission are summarized in Chapter 3 and detailed with full background in subsequent chapters. The charges on CIA domestic activities has conducted illegal activities within the United States violating the rights of private citizens have aroused concern because of the number of seriousness of alleged violations of law and because many of the agency's activities are necessarily secret and therefore are not well understood by the American people. At the same time, many persons have voiced alarm that public controversy and exposure would seriously impair the CIA's ability to function, which in turn could seriously undermine the national security. Therefore, the president took steps designed to ensure that the charges would be fully and impartially investigated and that necessary corrective action would be taken. The alleged plans to assassinate certain foreign leaders. Well, they assassinate their own leaders too. But the CIA has been involved in plans to assassinate certain leaders of foreign countries, came to the commission's attention shortly after its inquiry was underway. Although it was unclear whether or not those allegations fell within the scope of the commission's authority, the commission directed that an inquiry be undertaken. The president concurred in this approach, and the commission staff began the required inquiry, but time did not permit the full investigation before the report was due. In announcing the formation of the commission, intelligence and counterintelligence capability is essential to provide the safeguards that protect our national interests and help avert armed conflicts. The Bill of Rights and the Constitution protects individual liberties against encroachment by government. Many statutes and common laws also reflect this protection. The First Amendment protects the freedoms of speech and of the press, the right of the people to assemble peaceably, and the right to petition the government for redress or grievances. It has been construed to protect freedom of peaceable political association. In addition, the Fourth Amendment declares the right of the people to be secure in their person, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated. In accordance with the objectives enunciated in these and other constitutional amendments, the Supreme Court has outlined the following basic constitutional doctrines. Any intrusive investigation of an American citizen by the government must have a sufficient basis to warrant the invasion caused by the particular investigative practices which are utilized. Government monitoring of a citizen's political activities requires even greater justification. The scope of any resulting intrusion on personal privacy must not exceed the degree reasonably believed necessary, with certain exceptions, the scope of which are not sharply defined. These conditions must be met at least for significant investigative intrusions to the satisfaction of an uninvolved governmental body, such as a court. These constitutional standards give consent to an accepted principle of our society, the right of each person to a high degree of individual privacy. In recognition of this right, President Truman and the Congress enacting a law creating CIA in 1947 included a clause providing that the CIA should have no police, subpoena, law enforcement powers, or internal security functions. Since then, Congress has further outlined citizens' rights in statutes limiting electronic surveillance and granting individuals access to certain information in government files, underscoring the general concern of Congress and the executive branch in this area. Which, you know what, they have, like I said, they have circumvented these things with the Modernization Act of 2012 from Barack Obama, which allowed them to run psychological warfare and propaganda on domestically on American citizens. And then the Patriot Act, which Donald Trump, the reauthorization of the Patriot Act in 2020, which were allowed for the FISA and all these different bullshits where they can surveil you and do all of this for no reason at all. They don't need to have probable cause, and they don't have to inform you after or before that they're doing it, you know? So. This is the findings here, which I'm going to probably pull up some other documents as we move throughout the night. You know, we could go straight to the targeted individual stuff and show you just how fucked up this is. You know, what they're actually doing to the American citizens. Iran threat Geiger. It's like the Iran threat Geiger. I've never heard of the Iran threat Geiger. That's interesting. We'll have to give that a look. So the summary of the charges, the initial public charges were that the CIA's domestic activities involved large-scale spying on American citizens in the United States by the CIA, whose responsibility is foreign intelligence, keeping dossiers on large numbers of American citizens, aiming these activities at Americans who have expressed their disagreement with various government policies. These initial charges were subsequently supplemented by others, including allegations that the CIA had intercepted and opened personal mail in the United States for 20 years, had infiltrated domestic dissident groups and otherwise intervened in domestic politics, had engaged in illegal wiretaps and break-ins, and had improperly assisted other government agencies. In addition, assertions have been made out ostensibly linking the CIA to the assassination of President John F. Kennedy. It became clear from the public reaction to these charges that the secrecy in which the agency necessarily operates, combined with the allegations of wrongdoings, had contributed to widespread public misunderstanding of the agency's actual practices. A detailed analysis of the facts has convinced the Commission that the great majority of the CIA's domestic activities comply with its statutory authority. Nevertheless, over the 28 years of history, the CIA has engaged in some activities that should be criticized and not permitted to happen again, both in light of the limits imposed on the agency by law and as a matter of public policy. Some of these activities were initiated or ordered by presidents, either directly or indirectly. Some of them fall within the doubtful area between responsibilities delegated to the CIA by Congress and the National Security Council. On the one hand, the activity specifically prohibited to the agency on the other. Some of them were plainly unlawful and constituted improper invasions upon the rights of Americans. The agency's own recent actions, undertaken for the most part in 1973 and 1974, have gone far to terminate the activities upon which this investigation has focused. The recommendations of the Commission are designed to clarify areas of doubt concerning the agency's authority, to strengthen the structure, and guard against recurrences of these improprieties. Yeah, bull fucking shit, right? Bullshit. We know that is not true at all. Hold on. That is not true. Right? That is not true. And see, to this day, this shit is still going on. Right? And this is the targeted individual handbook here. Handbook for the targeted individual to identify and counter gang stalking and directed energy weapons. The phenomenon of state-sponsored terrorism is nothing new and has been orchestrated by the architects of destruction, the hidden hand of Judeo-Freemasonry since time immemorial. Imposing trauma-based mind control on the common folk is the mechanism of power relied upon to maintain power, mind control, and world control. The shadow government of the cabal is comprised of blank biological mongrel race bound up with entities which control them, and their Shabos Goim, meaning stupid animals in Yiddish, referring to the non-blank tools they exploit to absorb total power for themselves. The cabal has been in existence for thousands of years and is poised for the realization of their plans for global dominion and enslavement of all to their despotic will at the time of this writing. This handbook treats of the foremost particular means employed in the manipulation of the common folk beyond that of chemtrails, electromagnetic fields broadcast from cell towers and other arrays, the poison food with GMOs, and water supply with chlorine and fluoride and estrogenic substances and synthetic chemicals, coerced taxation and wage slavery, media and education indoctrination system propaganda, and mind control, among other technotronic control mechanisms. The cabal has allegiance towards itself alone and to the entities which control it. The society engineered and controlled by the cabal is structured as a trapezoidal geometrical figure in terms of power share. Blanks are at the top of the trapezoid in the physical dimension, with Freemasons and other Illuminist groups subordinate. Under the controlling elite, the population is divided into rival camps based upon occult principles of polarity: masculine, which is the right wing, and feminine, which is the left wing. The whole of the system of the Judeo-Masonic theocracy operates in secrecy and is hierarchically compartmentalized, with advancement or demotion based upon the degree of loyalty given to the cabal and the use value of the individual thereto. This loyalty entails an agenda of endeavoring to eliminate, to genocide, the white race as the greatest threat to the world rule of the cabal. As those of pure blood, the white race listen to the call of the blood memory and are not willing to sell out the cabal for self-serving ends, to as a great great an extent as other groups, as the white race intuitively understands the difference between good harmony and evil cacophony. And what is harmonious is the preservation of the organism of which one is a part, the racial soul. I don't know about this. That the white race is the most elevated in consciousness can be inferred from its vertical tendency towards the higher planes of existence, towards spiritual realms, and its essential drive towards maintaining harmonious world order. The cabal of Judeo Freemasonry seeks a world order based upon greed, usury, trickery, and deceit. It seeks to destroy, and I just want to say, I do not, I, I don't promote any white supremacist ideas whatsoever. I know they're trying to make a point with the different, they're saying that's the largest population and shit like that. Um, but I just want to make that clear. That's not how I get down. You know, I think everybody is equal. So I hate all of you equally. The cabal of those who oppose the cabal are targeted, and those of pure blood, those of a healthy mind, incorruptible by its influence, are foremost in the crosshairs. This group, especially those who are the most intelligent and intuitive amongst them, are prime targets for the cabal's use of the following means of global enslavement. It is the wish of the author and compiler that this handbook be spread as widely and effectively as possible, reaching the reachable and those who will take action, so that the crimes of the cabal will be exposed and ultimately the balance of justice they have been upset rectified. The following work is largely a synthesis on existent material on the phenomena of targeted individuals, gang stalking, and directed energy weapons, identifying what they are, how they're used, by whom, and why. And, this is all of, this is CIA operations right here, uh, that are used against the system. And I have this amazing interview, which, if we have time, I'm going to pull it up just in case we do. If we have time today, it is called, what the hell is it called? The Hidden Hand interview. The Hidden Hand interview. And in the interview, oh man, it's fucking amazing. If we have time, we'll get into this document. But it's this interview with an elite. It's right here. Right? And they talk about it all. It's cool. So it's cool. Claiming to be a member of the ruling bloodline and all of this. If you guys are interested in going through this, we will go through that tonight. So organized stalking is well organized, occult form of covert harassment used against individuals. It's done by large groups of people who systemically and repeatedly harass individuals. This has been the cause of cause stalking, gang stalking, community-based harassment, organized vigilante stalking, etc. Mobbing is also referred to by some as bullying or psychological terrorism. Organizational violence is described as a collective form of psychological violence in which many individuals unite to persecute an individual. Mobbing is a way of destroying a person without using any physical means. Degrading themes are often used to try to prevent people from coming forward. Operations are designed to intimidate and destabilize targeted individuals, or TIs for short, by subjecting them to repeated disappointment, and to socially alienate them by interfering with and disrupting their relationships with others, as in social undermining. The aim was to induce personal crisis in victims, leaving them too unnerved and psychologically distressed to have the time and energy for anti-government activism. What we are seeing now is a globally coordinated and organized effort of control and conformity. Many countries around the world are currently using a model of policing called community-oriented policing, Organized stalking is a form of terrorism used against an individual in a malicious attempt to reduce the quality of a person's life so they will have a nervous breakdown, become imprisoned, institutionalized, experience constant mental, emotional, or physical pain, become homeless, and or commit suicide. This is done using well orchestrated accusations, lies, rumors, bogus investigations, setups, framings, intimidation, overt or covert threats, vandalism, theft, sabotage, torture, humiliation, emotional terror, and general harassment. It is a ganging up by members of the community who follow an organized method and participate in a systematic terrorizing of an individual. What are the goals? The goal is to isolate the target from all forms of support so that the target can be set up in the future for arrest, institutionalization, or forced suicide. This is called Sikol Mimukad in Hebrew, meaning targeted killing. Sikul Mimukad. The Zersitzung decomposition in Germany of individuals was usually carried out by systemically undermining the target's quality of life, both socially and in the workplace, with the intention of simply destroying the target's confidence. The tactics used took various forms, such as spreading slanderous rumors, causing trouble at work. Organized harassment is a form of fourth generation warfare and is a form of political information warfare waged against civilians by a state or other entity. It utilizes civilians and the military, indeed all of society, to target civilian adversaries, aka domestic state enemies. Insurgents, extremists, or non state actors, cells of fanatics, citizen terrorists who value national sovereignty and or pose some perceived threat to the state's interest. This never-ending systemic harassment, influence, and manipulation of the targeted individual is specifically designed to control the target with the aim of keeping them in line or the destruction of their soul. This is the East German secret police methodology of psychological decomposition. The term long-term objectives of these harassment and experimentation campaigns appear to be quite fundamental, induce a sense of perverted loyalty toward the very agencies engaged in the individual's harassment, redirect the targeted individual's feelings of hopelessness, anger, and frustration towards racial and ethnic groups, force the individual to commit an act of violence, whether suicide, murder, or under the conditions which can be plausibly denied by the government, microwave harassment, mind control experimentation, etc. The objective of the campaign is separate person from friends and family, keep them unemployed, induce homelessness, and reduce the quality of life so much so that they suffer a nervous breakdown, cause them to commit suicide, or end up medicated, incarcerated, or institutionalized. Our kingdom will be an apologia of the divinity Vishnu, in whom is found its personification. And our 100 hands will be, one in each, the springs of the machinery of social life. We shall see everything without the aid of official police, which, in that scope of its right, we elaborated for the use of the goyim, hinders governments from seeing. In our programs, 1/3 of our subjects will keep the rest under observation. From a sense of duty on the principle of volunteer service to the state. It will then be no disgrace to be a spy, an informer, but a merit. Unfounded denunciations, however, will be cruelly punished, that there may be no development of abuses of this right. Our agents will be taken from the higher as well as the lower ranks of society, from among the administrative class who spend their time in amusements, editors, printers, and publishers, booksellers, clerks, and salesmen, workmen, coachmen, lackeys, etc. This body having no rights and not being empowered to take any action on their own account, and consequently, a police without any power will only witness and report. Verification of their reports and arrests will depend upon a responsible group of controllers of police affairs. while the actual act of arrest will be performed by the gendarmerie and the municipal police. Any person not denouncing anything seen or heard concerning questions of polity will also be charged with and made responsible for concealment if it be proved that he is guilty of this crime. Just as nowadays our brethren are obliged at their own risk to denounce the Kahal apostates of their own family. This is crazy. So the stages of the decomposition terrorist protocol of the hidden hand, which, like I said, we have the hidden hand interview here. Targeting, which is investigation and surveillance, then the gang stalking, then it goes into electronic harassment, which is, directed energy weapons and things of that nature, which a lot of people, right? A lot of you probably have experienced some of this because, let's keep it real. A lot of you guys would be considered political dissidents, right? Would be considered political dissidents by the system. And we have shown in the Rockefeller intelligence report on the CIA that, in fact, they have been doing unlawful acts through the CIA on United States citizens. We have shown through the Rockefeller Foundation as well the different scenarios and agendas that they are trying to create. We have also shown with Operation Northwoods the links that they would go to create these deceptions and events and all of this, and that they're willing to kill us, they're willing to do what they're willing to do. It's all of it, right? And now with this handbook, we're showing you the process that they do this on the individual level, right? We're going to keep going. I've got so much. And then we'll look at the hidden hand interview if you guys are interested, and we'll get into some of the headlines before we close it down. Targeting, investigation, and surveillance. So targeting begins with surveillance so that the person's personality traits can be cataloged. Targets are constantly monitored. And if a target responds emotionally to a particular trigger, that will be built into the protocol. From there, it progresses to investigation. The bogus investigation appears to be the platform used to launch the smear campaign and remove the person's support structure. The people who organize these harassment programs will try to assassinate your character. They will carry a case file on you that they will use for character assassination and to gain community support. And I've had this shit ran on me, done to me. I have been done in by this shit, so I know it's legit. I know it's real, for real. And I know more than one person that's experienced some of this. They will set up a base of operation in your neighborhood to conduct surveillance. They will sublet, lease, and rent property above, below, or to the sides of your living space to do this. Money is no object as they have an unlimited budget. Half-truths, setups, and outright lies will be used. If you're an organized vigilante stalking target, the investigation is not a means to an end. It is an end unto itself. Gang stalking begins. The targeted individual may at first be placed under covert forms of surveillance. The person will probably be monitored 24/7. Foot patrols, vehicle patrols may be used to follow the individual, as well as electronic means as part of the monitoring psychological profiling process. Once the psychological profile is complete, the gang stalking can commence. The first stage of Zersitzung, which is the decomposition process, was an evaluation of all state-held data and information. Medical records, school reports, police records, intelligence reports, searches of the target's residence. And at this point, they were looking for any weak points, social, emotional, or physical, that could be used as a way to put pressure on the target and could be used to socially isolate them. These are Stasi tactics. The group will be watching your home from their bases of operation using triangulation. Devices such as radar flashlights, millimeter wave devices, like the ones used at airports, may be used, such as the life assessment detector. It has a range of about 135 feet and can detect a heartbeat and respiration. It can also be configured to track a specific person's movements inside of a building. Both community based agents, visual surveillance, and advanced electronic surveillance are used. Once the psychological profile is complete, the gang stalking can commence. Gang stalking generally originates from when a covert investigation is opened on an individual, and teams of plainclothes police officers, citizens informants, or snitches, and snoopers are deployed to obsessively harass the targeted individual, usually to an extreme degree. The next stage was often to supplement covert surveillance with overt observation in order to communicate to the target that they were of interest to the Stasi and to create a sense of insecurity and paranoia. The gang stalking, organized stalking, or mobbing protocol targets both the person and their property, as well as those the cabal believes they care for, as a means of harming the targeted individual. The following section covers examples of particular tactics. And that is true. Once this all begins on a person, it's first covert. They do a psychological profile and surveil you and all that. And then they allow you to know that they're doing it, right? To put the fear into you and to make you paranoid. Theft and break-ins. And it usually follows this particular order. So theft, some things may be a little out of order for different people. Thefts may be reduced to small and expensive items, but some targets have reported jewelry, passports, and other important items stolen. There's usually no sign of forced entry. This is done to let you know that they've been in your home. These cults are obsessed with all aspects of a targeted person's life. Personal items may be passed around to group members and are apparently symbolic of the control the group has over their target. Sabotage and vandalism happens at home and in the workplace. Electronic equipment may constantly be failing. This may be accomplished with the e-bomb or a similar device. Projects you've worked on the previous day may become broken. Many times the vandalism is usually just below what you'd report to the police. When the target owns substantial land, noxious activities can be arranged and built for the next to the property. In one case, a dump, an auto racetrack, and a prison were built adjacent to a target who owned a large-scale farm in an area of natural beauty. Now, while this is rare, it does illustrate commitment to delivering punishment to those deserving of it. While this is not necessarily property damage, it is a destruction of the right to the quiet enjoyment on the premises and to the market value of the property, thus harming the targeted individual indirectly, as with most of the protocols. Person. The assault against the person is, of course, the ultimate purpose of the hidden hand. The cabal targets the person economically, legally, socially, physically, and most importantly, psycho-spiritually. All of which specific forms of assault are interpenetrating, given that the person is a multidimensional being whose sphere of influence participates in these spheres. The following amplifies upon how the person, or the TI, is affected in these ways. Economic sabotage, blacklisting. Gang stalking groups will interfere with every personal and business relationship you have. Since they are state sanctioned, they can easily keep you unemployed. Job opportunities will be trashed. They get paid to make sure that you don't. Most targeted people are unemployed. Bank accounts may be shut down or sabotaged. White collar crime, online transactions may be obstructed from other financial mediums, or major or minor sellers attempting to sell or buy on the internet will also be obstructed through sharp practices or preventing from occurring by the perps. Where am I at here? Okay, yeah. Should one attempt to sell real estate, he will lose on the value, as with other sales, that the cabal has a monopoly on the real estate industry and profession. Also, any other commodity of negotiable value is subject to loss of its value if sold for the same reason. Legal sabotage, reporting things to the police that should adhere to the extensive protocols and advice outlined, information handling in the fight to expose and stop crime. The cabal utilizes police, both plainclothes and undercover, in their campaign against the TIs, and they are perhaps, with some exceptions, involved to varying degrees. The higher up in the hierarchy they are, the more compromised and more corrupt they are. Officers in the rank of sergeant and above are invariably Freemasons, who are the Shabbos Goy, or stupid animal, right? The Shabbos Goy. Hence, they cannot be trusted. Police work with private security professionals, locksmiths, alarm system companies, as well as private security guards and their managers to spy on and break and enter into TI's residences for harassment and sabotage. The legal system being under the control of the cabal. Some tactics are used to keep you blacklisted, including interfering with communications and slander. Also, there are a list of software packages used to check these lists for suspected terrorists, threats to national security, etc. Apparently, this is a flourishing business, and some organizations are required by law to use it. Since they have federal connections, they do have the ability to frame a targeted person for crimes out in public, as well as using informants. Any weakness a person has can be used in one of these setups. A person may not be aware of some of these setups, but they may be added to a case file to assist with the smear campaign. They may try to provoke a confrontation when mobbing you out in public. Group members may also try to entice the target to assault them, but this is never done without having witnesses present. The criminal conviction of the target following the testimony of numerous concerned citizens can be followed by a lawsuit. Pedophilia is one common lie used to bring neighbors, co-workers, community members, and in some cases, even family members into the 24/7 harassment. And we know for a fact, like, that is a tactic, that is used quite a bit, right? The whole pedophilia thing. Um, and shit. I want to try to say that, uh, that, but we don't know who's really had that happen to them and who hasn't, right? Is the problem, because we have, this pedophile ring, of corruption within the governments and celebrities and politicians and all of this shit, right? And it appears to be legitimate, right? Like, these compromising positions people are caught in, human trafficking and all of this. But then at the same time, there is what appears to be, like, things that probably didn't happen, that have been brought and levied against people to use it to take them down, where they put fucking, child pornography on their computer or something, and the person's probably never looked at it in their fucking life, so. In the gang stalking protocol, the attempt to frame the TI is employed through the perps following the TI around, presumably through GPS if the TI is implanted with a chip, or through maintaining continuous visual by pedestrian and driver perps, as well as residents being given notification via text or alerts on their cell phones that the TI is approaching and that they should begin a noise campaign, blah, 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 right? And sometimes this does happen where they'll, like, make a noise or, something to get your attention, to let you see the strangeness of the different people, right? Electronics. So once the TI's reputation is irreparably damaged through smear campaigns and rumor mongering, he can then further subject the punishment of the cabal by its agents if he complains, and no one will ascribe value or truth to his claims. And this is, this happens. I've experienced it. Electronics. Additionally, TIs may receive unsolicited emails that parallel a current event in your life. You may receive covert insults and threats. And that's a thing. Like, one of the things I received first, and this is years ago when it first began, It's probably about a year, about 2018, when I like blew up for the first time. The first time I ever went viral, I started receiving shit like this, had I could tell that they were profiling me and shit like that. It's when it began for me. Um, and I started receiving weird emails, and in the emails, the people that would email me would repeat phrases and shit that I had said when I was completely alone, right? Like when I was in the car with my mother or in the car with at that time, my then girlfriend, like they would repeat things that nobody could have heard, or, you know what I'm saying? Like to let me know that even when I thought nobody was listening or nobody could hear, like they still could, and that they were watching, and it freaked me out. It really did. I'd never, I didn't know what the fuck was going on. I'd never heard of any of this or anything back then. I'm like, what in the fuck is going on? You know, and I didn't know why either. So, your email may be blocked or filtered, and your web activity may be monitored. If you try to participate in online discussion groups, online dating, etc., it's very possible you'll be interrupted, trashed, or harassed. And this can be done by a combination of paid civilian contractors or operatives. Should one encounter any others through daily life, those he encounters may very well be perps themselves who are seeking to either gather information on the person or are seeking to set them up somehow. Assassination via poisoning or other means. Rape, planting evidence on the person for a subsequent police investigation or raid investigated by other perps, aka swatting, which Alex Jones just got swatted recently, him and his staff. Calling the police with false accusations. This may be the case even after prolonged contact with the person who befriends the TI, as they may be a deep cover agent. Also, the friend may simply be playing the role to subject the TI to gaslighting and other forms of implicit abuse to wear away their sense of self worth and to encourage them in vice such as whatever and deviant sex and drugs, etc. Anything that can be made to set the person up, sully their reputation, escalate their demise in the most cruel and traumatic way, which is the purpose of the hidden hand. And I can also attest to this. They would send people in my life that same thing. I had I had people try to, get me in trouble for things and fucking not like rape or anything crazy, but you know, um, try to get me in trouble for shit or just, they knew my triggers and knew my traumas, and they would play on that, especially, my weakness was, like was women because I was a single young man when this was happening. So that's what they used against me, and they knew like I wanted, love and shit like that, So it's like they use whatever they can use against you, So whatever your weakness is, because they psychologically profile you. So they know your insecurities. They know, and it's all to break you down, and oftentimes after a person like that has entered your life too and they leave, um, there's some sort of something to let you know, right? That in my case at least, it would be like to let me know that they didn't genuinely like me or they didn't genuinely love me or whatever, because that's like shattering to the ego, and to the psyche, you know, to find over and over, especially, you know, that people don't truly even like you or love you, it makes you feel worthless. It makes you, it destroys your confidence and the value within yourself, which then can send the person spiral into depression and it traumatizes the fuck out of them and, causes them to isolate and withdraw and all of it, use substances and all kinds of shit to cope. So, you know, this stuff is very, very, detrimental to a person. And trust me, um, I don't give a fuck who you are. If this is utilized against you, it will be effective. And you don't have to be a podcaster or a YouTuber or whatever, just, out there speaking shit that the government don't want you to say for this to happen. They target, doctors that, use natural remedies and holistic medicine, lawyers that defend the wrong people, right? This happens to a lot of fucking people, you know. So they could nab you for what you watch and what you post and what you think and what you say, facts. So social control or isolation of individuals through social and societal systems of control, fabrication of false evidence that justifies, crime prevention, fabrication of evidence, falsified crime and rumor spreading, which is discrediting. Most cases, the targets are accused of sex crimes with no chance to defend themselves. Sudden employment or redundancy, discrimination or hostility within workplaces, loss of friends because of rumors or direct control. Perps take over the friendship and social life. They're always rude, manipulative, and not real, creating symptoms of mental illness, voices in your subconscious via V2K, which is voice to skull technology, trying to describe what is happening to others, putting the individual into psychiatric care, telling somebody, I'm getting they're sending voices into my head, like people are like, what in the fuck, right? You look like a psycho, when this is happening to you, because other people can't hear the voices, other people don't feel the frequencies, other people don't know what's happening to you, they don't witness the gaslighting, none of it. So it makes you look fucking insane or on drugs, right? Creating symptoms of mental illness, creating symptoms of substance abuse, which I just said, and even tampering with food and drugs and all of that, which is all to destroy the reputation. Creating symptoms of insulin related diseases, pain in the spinal cord, back of the head, creating symptoms of hormonal imbalance, creating symptoms of dementia. The physical sabotage is the use of DEWs, which are directed energy weapons, which creates both acute and chronic pains, as well as the destructive to the physical body. The perps may poison food, not only in their residence, but that which exists in the store prior to their purchase. They utilize advanced technology or synthetic telepathy. Poison gas may be pumped into the residence via whatever intake vent. Um, torturing and or killing animals under the care of the TI, the ones they care about. Doctors and nurses and other professionals will abuse their powers to harm through vaccinations, needless surgeries that will be botched deliberately in some way. Pharmaceuticals will be prescribed if possible, coercively throughout the threat of physical force to ensure compliance. Other harmful procedures will be prescribed, and effective natural healing modalities will be omitted to be mentioned or will be discouraged. Noise must be of a type which the general public deems normal. Remember that the goal is to have the target aware that they're being punished, but not able to convince anyone else that it's the case. Observe local noise curfews, but plenty of punishment can occur outside of curfew times. The target must not have easy calls to involve law enforcement. Loud music from neighbors, frequent squealing of tires near the target's home, frequent drilling into scrap of wood or masonry held against the target's wall, floors or ceiling as if working, alternatively hammering, frequent use of sirens, etc. Basically, there will be a steady stream of noise consisting on a rotation of various types of disturbances around your house. This noise may even follow you wherever you go. It includes car doors slamming, people coming, going, people yelling, car alarms, horns and tires screeching, banging, engines revving, cars beeping, constant construction, lawnmowers, snowblowers, etc. Your neighbors will probably be bribed with free home repairs that will result in very noisy construction. Chronic exposure to even low-level noise is considered a hazard that has been known to produce adverse physiological and psychological health effects. Prolonged exposure to noise can produce high blood pressure, a rise in cholesterol, damage to the circulatory, cardiovascular, and gastrointestinal, as well as musculoskeletal system, all of it. Synchronization. Your movements will be synchronized with noise, vehicles coming and going, people coming or going, and other movements. Let's skip through the noise, but this is real, and it's not just regular noises. Matter of fact, like you wouldn't. It's noise that will catch your attention, right? It can seem normal to others, but out of place to you, right? So. Collisions and cutoffs, convoys of vehicles, briding, psycho-spiritual sabotage. Usually begin their campaigns with sensitivity programs. The goals of a sensitivity program are to get the person's attention and let them know that they're being harassed. Anchor damaging emotions to common objects and sounds so a target can then be covertly harassed openly in public. These sensitivity programs are based on a science called neuro-linguistic programming, or NLP. A stimulus which is linked to and triggers a physiological state is called an anchor in NLP. How are anchors created? First, by repetition. Secondly, and much more important, anchors can be set in a single instance if the emotion is strong enough and the timing is right. In extreme cases, an external stimuli can trigger a very powerful negative state. This is the realm of phobias. You can think of NLP. Oh, shit. Let's see. Mm-mm. Where am I at with this? Damn, where does it go? Hold on. I lost my spot, y'all. Sorry about that. Okay, here's the NLP. You can think of NLP as a very powerful tool that can be used to produce rapid, profound change. Harassment groups create negative emotional states such as fear and anxiety, anchor them to common objects in the environment. Groups will take an object you've been sensitized to and link it to another object. The idea appears to keep expanding the amount of objects you associate fear, anxiety, anger, or shame with. And, they do this with words, images, sounds. They can use anything. This is trauma-based mind control. NLP is really just it's neuro-linguistic programming. It's usually with words that they're using to do that, create these triggers within you. And then when you see that object or hear that word, and I'll tell you, I haven't talked about this in a long time, but I can remember the word that triggered me, back when this was happening to me in 2018, was the word game. Every time I hear the word game, or somebody would say it on the phone, or say it to me, it would freak me out, and I'm past all of that now, but at one point it had me really fucked up. And I mean, the targeting just evolves. It evolves. Evolves. They up the ante more and more and more. And it becomes more and more technological as it advances as well. Anchors, anyone else observing this might think it's a little strange that someone would turn their alarm on and off a few times, but write it off as an isolated incident. Since they've not had your previous experience with sound and are not aware that it's a small part of a much larger harassment program, it would be difficult to explain what those beeps meant. In NLP, the process of copying an emotional state anchored to an existing trigger and transferring it to a new trigger is called chaining. Anchors can be chained so that one leads to another. Each anchor provides a link on the chain and triggers the next one, just as the electrical impulse flows from nerve to nerve in our body. Street theater or harassment skits, and it's just basically exactly what it sounds like. Uh, Street theater contains verbal and nonverbal harassment, threats, insults, intimidation, violence conveyed overtly, covertly, using themes, symbolism, or other mediums. They can be carried out after the target has been sensitized and can be relayed with metaphors, verbal remarks, symbolism, using clothing, items, insults, comments by strangers designed to invoke a paranoid reaction, as well as a dirty look. Negative behavior from previously friendly neighbors is common among targets. Some words used by the perps carry with them particular weight to potentially trigger an effect on a person's emotional state, right? It's like the NLP, they'll say one of your trigger words. This is called meta communication. Meta messages are suggestions hidden in a statement, perhaps a compliment. The tone, volume, and rhythm of specific words in the sentence are changed so that the actual message is different than what the spoken words were. Symbolism appears to be a big part of subliminal attacks. After a target has been sensitized, they can be harassed, insulted, threatened. Symbolism using articles of clothing, newspapers, and other items, just as body communication, which is social kinesics, is used to harass a target too. Symbolic communication, symbolism can be used with articles of clothing, especially during a wave attack where you're blitzed by crowds. Symbolism used entails color, shape, number. Certain cab drivers will have the number 33 on their cab, making it visible to you to be driving a red vehicle. Orange is also used frequently, symbolizing light in the darkness or the life force. Mutt can also be used to symbolize possession by entities, etc. Symbolism is also associated with what is known or believed by the cabal to be related to the target. An example is the target having been in certain locations in the cabal, employing drivers with vehicles whose license plates are from those regions. We kind of move past the street theater here. To me, that is just pretty self-explanatory. But yeah, you have a lack of support. It can range from bullying to all kinds of shit. Cyber stalking, right? This is another one. The same goes for the other units. Recruited given access to cyber capabilities without a warrant and illegally monitor what the target may be doing within the privacy of their own home via cable, internet, telecommunications. They'll also be cued with keywords to use when the target is within hearing distance so that they can repeat what the target may have been doing in the privacy of their home. And like I just said, in the emails I got, to include what they were watching on television, websites they were viewing, or what they're reading, and mimicking the very show, website, chapter of the book, etc. Back to the target to let them know or give them the impression that they are monitoring every move the target makes. Right? And setups, you'll find the victims being set up, the perpetrators of all the crimes committed against you. In many cases, the same people who will then turn around in a reverse projection and pretend to be victims of the insidious violence, right? So the same people who act like they're being targeted too are usually the ones that are trying to handle you. The truth, there are well-organized doublespeak tactics that are used to further victimize a targeted individual. These so-called perp victims are simply actors who are used to further set up and destroy the target in order to meet their final objectives: death. The program can be described as a long-term and slow death, with the constant life event of psychological and physical attack and torture. During any of the 5 levels, agents have it within their power to take the targeted individual out and mark the target for death. And no one will be the wiser that the person was actually murdered by the secret push of a button. The first 4 levels of the program are specifically designed to target as follows. Level 1 mainly targets the ignorant. Level 2 mainly targets the mind. 3, the heart. And 4, the body. I mean, you're not aware of it, right, in the beginning, and they hit you with everything else, right? Beware of the honey trap agent at level 3. And see, hadn't even read none of this, and I said these things on my own, right? How they use the honey trap on me and shit. Electronic harassment with mainstream technology and devices. Electronic harassment with secret and advanced technology and devices. Concentrated, extremely low frequency electromagnetic waves can penetrate the cranium and most conductive portions of the skull. The anterior temporal lobe intersection and produce effects of the anterior temporal lobe that contains the amygdala. Remote stimulation of the temporal lobe may cause lethal or incapacitating seizures. Stimulation of the amygdala produces fear in a high percentage of humans and in some instances respiratory depression. How about that? And it gives you the patents here of some of the different devices. Electromagnetic energy targeted to the brain. Functional differences between the right and left amygdala. In one study, electrical stimulation to the right induced negative emotions, especially fear and sadness. In contrast, stimulation to the left was able to induce other pleasant happiness or unpleasant fear emotions. Other evidence suggests that the left plays a role in the brain's reward system. Let's see. See what pops up here on this patent here. Directed energy weapon patent. Method to produce behavioral changes in a human from remote transfer to electromagnetic energy to the temporal lobe. What in the fuck? So this is the patent right here. The method to maintain peace through electromagnetic energy targeted to the brain. This is the patent here. And I'm going to put this patent in the chat just for people who want to fucking show others or check this out on your own. This is a wild ass patent here. Okay. World peace and resolution of conflicts depends upon methods to deter the, the use of weapons of mass destruction. Negotiations are the primary method to resolve conflicts. Excuse me. Pain, especially non-tissue sources of pain, is ubiquitous in the minds of humans and is an impediment to successful conflict resolution. So, concentrated, extremely low frequency electromagnetic waves can penetrate the cranium and the most conductive portion of the skull, the temporal lobe intersection, and produce effects in the anterior temporal lobe that contains the amygdala. Remote stimulation of the temporal lobe may cause lethal or incapacitating seizures. Oh, wow. So this is just right out of what we've seen. Reaction is a model of brain activity. An earlier prototype of this weapon was developed in order to prevent another arms race. This technology should be assigned to the United Nations. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Right, so this other devices or methods cause change in the state of consciousness. That's fucking nuts, y'all. That really is nuts right there. We'll switch to the next thing in just a moment here. 5th level, voice to skull. Transmitting sound, such as voices, into the head of the targeted individual. And then finally, death. Break them down to the point of taking themselves out. Right? And you can see this is how the DOs work. Mass and individual remote mind control the mobile phone networks. This is crazy. proof it exists, and how it functions. Modulated microwave radiation is used to influence brain function, human behaviors, controlled by using pulse modulated microwave. It was found that when microwaves were used to fire these signals at victims' brains, they experienced the moods, behaviors, and pathological states carried by the signals. This meant that by mimicking natural brain frequencies, the human brain could be controlled remotely by the use of extremely low frequency broadcasts carried by pulse modulated microwave beams. It is now possible to broadcast mind control commands directly into the brain by use of microwave beams. All that is needed is a catalog of every specific brain frequency for each mood, action, and thought. And then they give you the different frequencies associated with the illness that is caused by it. How about that? Holy shit. That's fucked up. Yeah. That is fucked up. The triangulation. This is a crazy, crazy fucking document here, guys. I'm trying to think. I think you can. I put this on my Patreon. I'll put it for free on my Patreon if people want to download this. I'll put it in the free thing. If you sign up there for free, I will put it on there for you guys if you want to download this for yourself. I think you should. You know, all the people in the chat too. If you're in this chat, please, 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 thumbs up for this video. We got 23 people in the live chat right now and only 21 thumbs ups. So please give it a thumbs up. And we had a few more people. I guess they bounced, but it helps with the algorithms. And maybe it's just my face, but every time I switch to this screen, I feel like I lose people. So we're going to jump into the hidden hand interview in just a minute. I want to hit a few headlines, and then we're going to dive into it. That we're going to wrap everything up with this hidden hand interview. It's fucking wild, right? It's wild. And I hope you guys have enjoyed tonight. I hope you've been getting something out of it, you know. Doge team makes huge discovery to be revealed soon. White House press secretary Tuesday revealed the Doge team made a huge discovery. There's been a huge discovery. I hate to leave you hanging on a cliff, but I don't want to get ahead of the president on that. But I can confirm that there has been a discovery, but it's just not quite ready for release. And seen reports that the discovery is massive. So, does anybody have any fucking idea what the discovery is by Doge? What is this huge discovery that they're not wanting to share with everybody? Right? And it gets crazy. Catholic bishops in partnership with U.S. government on refugee resettlement that resulted in hundreds of thousands of human trafficking victims, including children. Right. The U.S. Conference on Catholic Bishops made billions off its illegal alien resettlement programs from the U.S. government, announced on Monday they would not renew their agreements with the U.S. government for their refugee and illegal migrant resettlement programs. The U.S. CCB and Catholic charities made billions of dollars resettling illegal aliens in the U.S. for several years now. I want to see what happened. Let's see how many. They made a heartbreaking announcement that they will not be renewing existing cooperative agreements with the federal government related to children's services and refugee support. The difficult decision follows a suspension by the government of our cooperative agreements to resettle refugees. A decision to reduce these programs drastically forces us to reconsider the best way to serve the needs of our brothers and sisters seeking safe harbor from violence and persecution. And they're doing it because of the human trafficking. Fucking crazy. But it's like it's not giving us any numbers. So the only numbers we get was in the headline, it looks like. but it's resulted in hundreds of thousands of human trafficking victims. And that's why they're shutting it, And of course, children's services and shit like that was in it as well. Open AI whistleblower. Parents now say he was shot twice in the head and a death ruled as suicide by the chief medical examiner. How about that? Right? Whistleblower from OpenAI popped twice in the head and it was suicide. Okay. Sure. Suchira Balaji, the OpenAI whistleblower who allegedly committed suicide, was shot twice in the head, according to his parents. He was found dead in San Francisco apartment with a gunshot wound to his head in November, shortly after he told the New York Times that OpenAI was violating copyright laws. Wow. His death was initially ruled a suicide by a medical examiner. However, his parents immediately hired a private investigator and did a second autopsy. We hired the private investigator and did a second autopsy to throw light on cause of death. Private autopsy doesn't confirm cause of death, stated by police. Suchir's apartment was ransacked, a sign of struggle in the bathroom, and looks like someone hit him. Wow. How can anyone believe that there was no suicide note left? We have seen the blood shots in the bathroom, signs of a fight, and he got popped twice in the fucking head. After he releases some, whistle blows on some powerful, shit. Trump slaps 104% tariff on communist China after Beijing defies the U.S.'s warning. Trump isn't playing games with China. Trump set to unleash the devastating 104% tariff on communist China Wednesday after Beijing ignored his 12 o'clock deadline to lift its retaliatory tariffs. He's such a goofball. How the fuck do you think they're going to lift their tariffs when you're dropping tariffs on them, motherfucker? So it's like this is just becoming a trade war and shit, and this could lead to real physical war. Speaking of real physical war, U.S. could be bombing Iran by the weekend if Tehran doesn't fall in line. Donald Trump's threats to bomb Iran should not be dismissed as empty words, an expert has said. If Iran doesn't sit down with U.S. diplomats to discuss scrapping its nuclear ambitions on Saturday, massive bombing raids and the prospect of extended and costly U.S.-Iran conflict could result. Crazy, man. Crazy as fuck, actually. Trump administration weighs drone strikes on Mexican cartels. The Trump administration has increased surveillance flights over Mexico as it tries to track the powerful cartels that dominate the fentanyl trade. How about that?
American arsenal. And tonight, 6 U.S. officials briefed on the matter tell NBC News the Trump administration is considering using drone strikes against the Mexican drug cartels that are importing dead.
I can't. So. But you see drone strikes on Mexican cartels, which is Mexico, right? For trafficking narcotics across the border. Then we have the threats to bomb Iraq, the 104% increase on tariffs. China mulling ban on Hollywood film releases in response to Trump tariffs. Wow. Banning Hollywood films, which is crazy. Doge, this massive, discovery. Doge policies, massive fumbles causing tech crashes across agencies. Agencies like Social Security are considering further cuts to the IT staff, which are just, they're doing this to put AI in place of people. That's what they're doing. That's all that's happening here. They're cutting all the staffs and shit to put AI in there. That's what's happening. Trump administration's Department of Government Efficiency initiatives cause technological chaos with government agencies and people inside them. Elon Musk touting the effort as Silicon Valley-style tech support for the federal government. Yeah. We're getting hammered with RTO tickets. We do not have the IT infrastructure to support this massive RTO mandate. Workers have no soap, toilet paper, paper towels anywhere in the building. The water machine is broken. So it's like the Wi-Fi keeps going down. Yeah, okay. We don't hear your bitching about your amenities and shit. Give me a break, dude. Give me a fucking break. Well, let's go to the hidden hand interview, and then we'll finish this up. Because I got this weird fucking video by Jack Black, dude. Guys, I'm telling you, maybe you should watch this first. This is fucking weird, dude. It's called Die Antwoord, Tommy Can't Sleep, featuring Jack Black as the grotesque rat-human hybrid predator. This is some weird mind control shit right here, dude. And it's got some very, very deep, symbolism and all kinds of weird shit in it. So check this out real quick. I've been meaning to show you guys this for a minute. All right, here you go. And it's like, tell me they're not like, just watch.
Fuck. Mom? 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 Mom?
Tommy! For God's sake, what are you doing? I'm sleeping!
Mom, I can't sleep. There's rats.
Tommy, you go back to your bedroom this second! Your father and I have got to go to work in the morning! We need our sleep! It's so important we get a good night's sleep, Tommy!
But Mom, the rats.
There are no rats in this house! Stop making up stories, Tommy! Go to bed! I need to sleep! I need to sleep!
Fucking bitch.
Tommy, what did you say?
I said I got an itch.
Weird shit.
Yo, you want to see something cool?
What you got?
Come look inside the rat hole. We got tits, ass.
What?
You like boobies, don't you?
Yeah? How much?
$13.
What the fuck? That's a lot of fucking money.
Okay. For you, $12.99.
What else is in that hole?
Okay, check it. We got fucking ninjas,
Uh-huh.
guns, freaks,
Whoa.
homosexuals, and rats. A lot of fucking rats.
Fuck. I'm fucking in. Let's do this. Motherfuck.
Weird motherfucking shit, bro. Has anyone seen that? Does anyone know anything about that? What the hell am I watching? Exactly. That was Jack Black. He put that weird fucking shit together. Well, that was disturbing. That's one way to put it. That was really fucking disturbing. Creep ass shit right there. Oh man. Um yeah. So I guess we'll hit this now. So this is the hidden hand interview, right? This is a weird one, but it's pretty cool actually. The unusual interview below is with an individual claiming to be a member of one of the ruling bloodlines on Earth who goes by the name Hidden Hand. Though some pretty useless information is given, the interview also gives a powerful, transformative perspective of what is happening in the big picture on our planet. You are encouraged to be skeptical, yet open to what is presented. Some of the information, particularly in the early part of the interview, is clearly just fear mongering, yet other parts are quite powerful and thought provoking. Key sections are highlighted in bold. Hidden Hand provides most intriguing answers as to why there is so much war and violence on our planet, and why some world leaders are so corrupt and cruel. As you read this message, though you may find some inspiring truths, consider that significant parts may be more metaphor than reality. For instance, the harvest mentioned may be just a metaphor for what happens to each individual at death. The quote immediately below is a sample of the fascinating ideas raised. Remember, always, that this is a beautiful game that we are playing here and co creating together with our infinite creator. And that off stage or between lives, we are the very best of friends, and that no one really dies and no one really suffers except in the game. The game is not reality. Reality is reality, and you have the power to express your reality within the game once you have learned how to do so. Let me take these other earbuds out here. Here we go. Window of opportunity. I am a generational member of a ruling bloodline family. Every so often, as per the directives of the law of our Creator, a brief window of opportunity opens, whereby a select handful of our family are required to make communication with our subjects and offer you the chance to ask us any questions you would like answered. I am double bound in this duty. It is required of me by the law of our Creator to offer this opportunity to you at this time, though I am also bound by the law of planetary free will and by family oaths, that there is only so much I'm able to say. Rules define life and games. If you wish to participate, here they are. 1. I will afford you courtesy and respect in the manner I address you, and I expect the same from you in reciprocation. 2. I will decide whether or not I am either willing or permitted to answer your question. If your question is not answered, it is either because I cannot disclose it or because I consider your question was lacking in one or more of the following: respect, courtesy, intelligence, decency, or that it was otherwise unworthy of being dignified with a response. 3. That you agree to treat this potential dialogue with an aspect of provisional faith In practice, this means that rather than impeding the flow of information with crass comments of disbelief or petty name calling, my participation here requires of you that you discourse with me under suspended judgment. In other words, wait until the process is complete before deciding for yourself as to the content of truth and knowledge imparted herein. 4. That you formulate your questions intelligently. My time is limited. I do not want to waste it by having to trawl through pointless, futile, insensible, or disrespectful questions. Therefore, I will answer the questions I feel are most deserving of a response during the time that I have available. Use the time wisely. If any of the above conditions are breached, I reserve the right to terminate our discourse forthwith if I choose so. That being said, I'll attempt to answer your questions as honestly and openly as permissible for me, and I will check back and respond as time allows. I answer as follows. How many generations does your bloodline extend? Or perhaps more accurately, who does your family consider its earliest ancestor in a position of power? Our lineage can be traced back beyond antiquity. From the earliest times of your recorded history and beyond, our family has been directing the play from behind the scenes in one way or another. Before the rise and fall of Atlantis, yes, that was indeed perfectly real, we are born to lead. It is part of the design for this current paradigm. To what extent has selective breeding been used to preserve the purity of the line? And what becomes of children of unapproved unions? They would naturally still be raised with privilege, but not perhaps given the keys to the castle, as it were. The breeding is generally case specific, dependent upon the role that the family member in question are due to grow into. I will touch more on this in answer to the next poster's question that you rephrased. There are no unapproved unions. Our family will always intermarry between lines, or what we would term houses. Marriages are arranged. In all my years alive, I have never seen or heard of a family member breaking this code. As far as marriage goes, you do as you are told. One cannot join the family. One is born or incarnated into it. On the rare instances of a child being born that could be seen as bringing difficulties, you are correct in your premise that it would be raised as part of the family, though it would not grow up in the house or community of either of its parents. And I want you to kind of consider this too when they're talking about the marriages are arranged and all of this. Um, it was said that the Egyptian gods, right, these kings and royals, right, which allegedly descended from heaven, right? That they were pure of bloodline until they started intermingling with man. And that's kind of what cost them their power, right? So when you hear of the elites, intermarrying and only, doing it with one another, the other elites and shit like that, and, the incest and all that, that's, it gives, credibility to why they would do that. Um, 3. If one were to imagine a scale, perhaps as a triangle with political, religious, and corporate power at the 3 points, how would you categorize the power of your family yields? Balanced, leaning more towards one or two than a third? Heavily favoring one of the three above the others? And has that position shifted over time? You need to first understand the structure of the family. In the grand scheme of things, the line is not as important as the house. The house is not as important as the family. The family is all. No matter the house or the line, we are one truly international family. Imagine, if you will, a body. A house would represent a vital organ or body part within the body itself. Each part has an important role to play in the functioning of the whole, and to each of us, the whole has our undivided loyalty. As I say, many lines, far more than you are aware of, but one family. Our realms of influence do not fit as comfortably into the 3 boxes of your triangle as you may imagine. There are 6 disciplines of training within the family, and each member of the family is schooled extensively in all of them from early childhood. We all have an area of specialty, though we have experience in all spheres. The 6 spheres or schools of learning are military, government, spiritual, scholarship, leadership, and sciences. In practice, out there on the stage of public life, we hold key positions in all of these main areas of importance. With the addition of a complicit media machine and ownership of your financial establishments, all bases are covered. I have to reply in parts due to the restrictions of characters per post. Which ruling bloodline family, Rockefellers, that may be a bit too direct for our inquisitee, I'd offer the following substitute. How many parallel bloodlines do you estimate are in a similar position to your own? And to what extent does your family see them as competition or collaborators? Yes, as I say, I know the line is of no practical use to you. It is belonging to the family that is important. There are 13 base or core original bloodlines, which I think it's Fritz Springmeier who wrote the book on the 13 bloodlines of the Illuminati. Very good book, by the way. And the Kennedys are one of them, just saying. Yet there are many, many other lines that spring from these, as do rivers from the ocean. If you imagine the 13 original lines as primary color that can be mixed to create a vast array of other colors, then you'll have some comprehension. Again, no competition, just family. No competition in the sense of house against house, though it is a dog eat dog world, so there is interpersonal competition in that sense of the word. Everyone wants to move up, but our whole familial society is geared that way, toward upward progression. What does the term generational member mean? Which generation specifically? It means that one is born into the family. The order and its agenda is handed down from generation to generation. Only in extremely rare occasions have outsiders been invested into the family, and then even these were of other esoterically integrable lines. Can you cite 2 or more previous instances whereby this directive has been upheld? Once in 1999 to what you would call an alternative media source, and once in 2003 on another internet conspiracy based forum. Though the information relayed was not entirely pure, not from the intention of misleading, but rather through imperfect or incomplete knowledge. If it is not the mainstream controlled media, it will not be believed by the masses. This is information tailored for those who already know that we are very real and exerting a strong, if mostly subtle, influence over your lives. If you wish to enslave a man, allow him to believe that he is already free. By what basis is the timing of such revelations established? By the decree of the Supreme World Council, according to the will of the Creator. Are we really considered chattel and traded as such by the government? By the governments, generally, yes. People are seen as collateral, pawns that are maneuvered around the chessboard according to the game plan. By the family, contrary to popular beliefs, many of us do not mean you any harm directly. There is just the matter of divine destiny to uphold and unfold, and we must play our parts in the game, as given to us by the Creator. In many ways, it is actually in our own interest that you are prepared for the coming harvest. Just not maybe prepared in quite the way that you would like. Still, even then, you are choosing the negative polarity with your own free will decisions. With a little help and direction from us, souls are harvestable in either extreme of the polarities, one could say. If so, how do we become free men? you will never be free. For as long as you are incarnating on this planet, the very nature of your being here is indication of that. There is a reason why you are here. And here is very likely not really where you think here is. How do you become free? By working out where you are and coming to an understanding of why you are here. You are fast running out of time to do so before the coming harvest. Those that don't make it will have to repeat the cycle. Is the Messiah alive today? There is no Messiah. Stop looking outside of yourselves for salvation. Is there what you might call a Christ consciousness alive? Then yes, in a manner of speaking, though not in your third density dimensional awareness. Is it the end times, as described in the book of Revelations? Yes, not just described in the book of Revelations, but also in the prophecies of virtually every religion, spiritual philosophy, and mystery tradition throughout history. The time is now at hand. To use your own example, however, Revelations 14 through 16, then I looked, and behold, a white cloud, and on that cloud sat one like the Son of Man, having on his head a golden crown, and in his hand a sharp sickle. And another angel came out of the temple, crying with a loud voice to him who sat on the cloud, "Thrust your sickle and reap, for the time has come for you to reap, for the harvest of the earth is ripe." So he who sat on the cloud thrust in his sickle on the earth, and the earth was reaped. The earth is indeed ripe for harvest. The question is, who will be ready? And will the harvest be positive or negative? How do you justify that the current British royal family line is the true bloodline, but Ishmael is not the true receiver of Abraham's gift? If you're true bloodline, you'll know what I mean. Who says it's the true line? There were ruling bloodlines long before your Yahweh and his Christianity arrived on this planet. Yahweh is a creator, not the one infinite creator. There are other and higher gods than him. Ultimately, all are part of the one, and either consciously or unconsciously exercising their free will to create. Begin to study outside of the box for a true understanding of the creation. The British royalty is not the most powerful line. The names that you know do not hold the real ancient power. There are others above these lineages in the hierarchy. You will not know the names of these lines. What proof do you have that the ruling elite families exist and that you're even a member of one? Is that something I think you thought was not falsifiable, which is why you chose that identity for the story of your weaving? However, I think you may indeed be a way you can prove it. I have no need to prove anything to you. I'm merely doing my duty as directed to me. Believe or do not believe, we are divinely indifferent. I am not obliged to complete this task here. The end result is no consequence to me. I will have discharged my duty in handing down certain information that must be released at the time. There is no stipulation as to where I do so, only that I do. I chose above top secret as a general level of intelligence, comprehension, and reasoning is reckoned to be higher than in many such forums. Understand, due to the law of free will, I cannot just give you information, at least not without consequences to my own person, which I would rather avoid. It is an infringement upon your free will, your right to not know. You have to ask me for the information you want. Only then can I provide it. So, whilst there are important things I have to share, if I am not asked the questions, I cannot get that information to you. I am hopeful that synchronicity will bring the most important questions of real death out from among you. My duty is to offer, yours is to ask. My duty is fulfilled, whether or not yours is. Surely, if ruling elite families exist and you're a member of one of them, you must be controlling global events through world governments. Tell us one major government action from any country that is going to occur in the next 5 days. I won't be surprised when you refuse to do so. I am not at liberty to discuss such intimate, immediate detail, and in many cases, I am not far enough up the hierarchy to know anyway. Typically, I'd receive a call a day before the enactment of a major event. Just say it's something along the lines of this part of such and such of that plan will take place tomorrow in a such and such way. Do not be alarmed. And also want us to take into account the specific areas of specialty I mentioned previously. My area is spirituality. So my focus is not so much on geopolitical events. I am aware of the overall design, though the finer points are not often my area of expertise. I am prepared to give you some things coming down the timeline that you will be able to look back upon and verify my predictions retrospectively. The stock markets will soon complete their controlled demolition after an initial appearance that the bailouts and rescue packages have steadied the ship. There will be new record lows by the end of the month. Our financial institutions will later call in all loans. There will be many bankruptcies and foreclosures. Yeah, he didn't become president. And if something happens to the only way John McCain would become president is something happened to Barack Obama before the election. Even if there is an election, a certain faction will get their way. Remember, behind the scenes, there is only one party, our party. Democracy is an illusion which is created to uphold your slavery. Whichever side wins, the family wins. There are many possibilities and alternative scripts. All of them lead toward the ultimate implementation of the overall blueprint of our creator, and Obama did win. Unless any unforeseen disruption delays its announcement, there will be a new currency. No, that didn't happen, but there was quantitative easing by the end of 2008. San Francisco and Damascus will be uninhabitable by end of 2010. Well, Damascus and all of that, not San Francisco, but Damascus, yes. Right? It's been fucked up by war. So some of it they got right. Why do you think the media is so important to us? You have, as a society, in your hypnotized, comatose state, given your free will consent to the state your planet is in today. You saturate your minds with the unhealthy dishes served up for you on your television that you're addicted to. Violence, pornography, greed, hatred, selfishness, incessant bad news, fear, and terror. When was the last time you stopped to think of something beautiful and pure? The planet is the way it is because of your collective thoughts about it. You are complicit in your inaction. Every time you look the other way, when you see an injustice, your thought at the subconscious level of creation to the creator is your allowance of these things to occur. In so doing, you are serving our purpose. It is very important to us that the polarization of this planet is negative at the time of the great harvest. That means service to self oriented as opposed to positive service to others. We require a negative harvest, and you are doing a fine job of helping us to attain our goal. We are very grateful. There will be a dramatic change to your climate and weather conditions over the next few years. As the time of the great harvest approaches, you'll see wide wind speeds surpassing 300 miles per hour at times, raging tsunamis, widespread devastation, solar emissions in late 2009, early 10 that will cause major melting of the ice caps, subsequent drastic rise in sea levels, leaving many international metropolitan areas underwater. Okay, there's a lot to get through here, so please let me finish. How do you know that your bloodline deserves to lead and that the rest deserve to follow? Wealth and power is a self propagating. Therefore, I say to you that your bloodline only comprises the extreme elite of the world because your ancestors came to power by chance in the beginning, not because you are kind. Your kind are special. In fact, there's nothing special, clever, or honorable in enslaving others. It is not about deserving or not. Does one deserve to be born English or American or Italian or French or German and so on? We came not to power by chance, but rather, which I know may be hard to swallow, by intelligent design. This path of ours was not chosen by us, but rather it was appointed and accepted. Who is your creator? And is your creator the same as our creator? This is an excellent question, which I can use to draw our communication closer to the core. Yes and no. You would first need to understand the creation. In the beginning, there is the infinite one. This is the source of all, intelligent infinity. It is the undifferentiated absolute. Within it is unlimited potential waiting to become. Think of it as the uncarved block of your Taoist traditions. Infinite intelligence, becoming aware of itself, seeks to experience itself, and the one infinite creator is born or manifest. This appears to your third density comprehension as space. In effect, the creator is a point of focused infinite consciousness or awareness into infinite intelligent energy. The one infinite creator, also becoming self aware, seeks to experience itself as creator. And in doing so, begins the next step down in the creational spiral. The one infinite creator is focusing its infinite intelligence, becomes infinite energy, which you could call the great central sun, and divides itself into smaller portions of itself that can then, in turn, experience themselves as creators or central suns. In other words, each central sun or creator is a step down in conscious awareness or distortion from the original thought of creation. So, in the beginning was not the word, but thought. The word is thought expressed and made manifest as creator. There is unity. Unity is all there is. Infinite intelligence and infinite energy. The two are one, and within them is a potential for all creation. The state of consciousness could be termed as being. Infinite intelligence does not recognize its potential. It is the undifferentiated absolute, but infinite energy recognizes the potential of becoming all things in order to bring any desired experience into being. Intelligent infinity can be likened to the central heartbeat of life, and infinite energy to the spiritual lifeblood or potential which pumps out for the creator to form the creation. This image may assist your comprehension. Creation is based upon time. Three primary distortions of the infinite one. One is free will. In the first law or distortion of creation, the creator receives a free will to know and experience itself as an individual, as individuated, though paradoxically unified aspect of the one. Two, love is the second law of creation. The initial distortion of free will becomes a focus point of awareness known as the logos, or love, or the word in biblical terms. Love, or logos, using its infinite intelligent energy, then takes on the role of co creating a vast array of physical illusions, or thought forms, or densities, which some call dimensions, and which, according to its intelligent design, will best offer the range of potential experiences in which it can know itself. In effect, the one infinite creator, in dividing itself into logos, could be termed in your third density understanding as a universal creator. In other words, logos creates universal level of being. Logos creates physical universes in which it and the creator may experience their self. Let there be light. Light. To manifest this infinite spiritual or life force energy into a physical thought form of densities, Logos creates the third distortion of light. From the three original primary distortions, the one into making the creation, arise myriad hierarchies of other sub distortions containing their own specific paradoxes. The goal of the game is to enter into these and further divisions of creation, and then seek to harmonize the polarities in order to once again know oneself as the creator of them. The nature of all such physically manifest energy is light. Wherever there exists any form of physical matter, there is light or divine intelligent energy at its core or its center. Something which is infinite cannot be other than or many. An infinite creator knows only unity. Thus, drawing upon its infinite intelligence, the infinite creator designed a blueprint based on the finite principles of free will, of awareness, and sublevel creations, which in turn could become aware of themselves and seek to experience themselves as creators. And so the Russian doll style experiment was step down, down, and down, levels of creation within levels of creation. And now we're making another level of creation with AI, right? The one infinite creator or great central sun steps down its infinite energy to become Logos. Logos, in turn, designs vast universes of space as yet unmaterialized, stepping down and splitting itself again into logo or logoi, plural. In other words, into an array of central suns, which will become a logos or co creator of its own universe, with each unique individualized portion of the one infinite creator containing within it as its very essence intelligent infinity. Using the law of free will, each universal logos designed and creates its own version or perspective of physical reality, in which to experience itself as creator stepping down again. It focuses its intelligent energy and creates the unmanifest form of galaxies within itself and splits itself into yet further co creator portions, sublogos or suns, which in turn will then design and manifest their own ideas of physical reality in the forms of points of conscious awareness that we call suns, stars, and planets. A planetary entity or soul begins the first density of experience into which another individualized portion of the one can incarnate. Just as with all logos and sublogos of creation, each soul is yet another smaller, unique portion of the infinite one. At first, the intelligent energy of the planet is in a state that you could call chaos, meaning that its energy is undefined. Then the process begins again. The planetary energy begins to become self aware. The first density of awareness is consciousness, and the planetary logos, the sub logos, in effect, begins to create another downward step within itself, and the internal makeup of the planet begins to form as the raw elements of air and fire combine to work on the waters and earth, thus arising conscious awareness of their being, and the process of evolution begins, forming the second density. Second density beings begin to become aware of themselves as being separate and thus begin to evolve toward third density of self-conscious awareness, the lowest density into which a human soul can incarnate. Humans, in turn, or the souls incarnated within them, seek to return to the light and love from which they came. And they begin the journey of progression from third density up to the eighth density and to return to the infinite oneness. Explanation of the densities beyond normal human consciousness is another question, though. So if you wish to know more about them, someone will need to ask an intelligent question which I can respond to, so as not to infringe upon your free will to not know. So, having set forth the above, I can return to further elucidate on your original question. Who is your creator, and is your creator the same as our creator? As I said, yes and no. Ultimately, every living thing and all things are living is created by the one infinite creator, initial universal creation. So, yes, taken from that perspective, The one infinite creator focuses its infinite intelligence into an awareness point of infinite energy and brings the whole of creation into being. Though we are not directly created by the one infinite creator, but rather by our own logos, sub-logos, and sub-sub-logos, and so on. So, from that perspective, whilst we are essentially made up of the same stuff of creation initiated by the one infinite creator, our actual personal creators are different portions or sub logos of that one. In other words, yes, our creator, whilst originating from the same source, is not the same entity as your creator. Which brings me to a question from another poster. You say that you come from 13 original bloodlines, yet DNA mapping project clearly proved that all humans descend from only 3. Does this mean that you aren't human? An excellent question. Yes, that is correct. In a manner of speaking, if you were to meet me walking down the street, I would appear just as human as you do. We've been incarnating here with you for generations. Yet our bloodlines do not originate from this planet. Your answer to the 6 disciplines of learning are quite similar to the book about Atlantis that was supposed to have been channeled. Was this a time for your bloodlines to post answers? Yes, correct again, in a manner of speaking. Off-world entities also visited the planet at the time and passed down their own understandings of creation as well as their technology from what we could best describe as being a future aspect of yourselves. It was humanity's errors in handling this information that ultimately led to the destruction of Atlantis. Having now answered a question on whether or not our lineage is of human origin, I can return to the answer with the explanation of who is creator. I'm dancing close to the line in answering this, but the record needs to be set straight. Your creator, the one you called Yahweh, is not God, inasmuch as your Bible refers to him as being the one true God. He is a creator, or sub-logos, rather, hold on. Oh, let me get to where I lost my spot. Okay. He is a creator, or sub-logos, rather than the one infinite creator. He is not even a galactic level logos, but rather is the planetary logos for this one planet. Our creator is the one you refer to as Lucifer, the light bearer, and the bright and morning star. Our creator is not the devil, as he has been spuriously portrayed in your Bible. Lucifer is what you would call a group soul or social memory complex, which has evolved to the level of the 6th density, which in effect means that he, or more accurately, we, have evolved to a level sufficient that he, or we, have attained a status equal or arguably greater than that of Yahweh, of our being. Yahweh, we have evolved higher than him. An appearance were you to gaze upon Lucifer's fullest expression of our being, the appearance would be that of a sun or a bright star, or when stepping down into a 3rd density vibration, we would appear as what you may term an angel or a light being. So, basically, these social memory complexes, they're breaking it up into 2 soul groups, right? You have the Yahweh soul group, and then you have the Lucifer soul group, right? Allow me to elucidate. When an entity group soul complex evolves to the level of the 6th density, it is by comparison to the amount of time it takes to get that far. A mere hop, skip, and a jump from the 8th density ultimate reunion with the one infinite creator, and then from there, back to disillusion into the source of all, intelligent infinity. We are bloodline families as a group soul or social memory complex, Lucifer. We're on the verge of seventh density ascension. Though at this level, before harvest comes, we have the choice to progress higher or to return to help others of lower densities with their own evolution by passing down our knowledge and wisdom or light to those that call upon us for assistance with their own free will. Now, at this time, having made our decision to stay and help our galactic brothers and sisters in the One, we were assigned a challenging task by the Council of Elders, who act as the guardians of this galaxy from the 8th density headquarters on the planet Saturn. Yahweh, due to the fact that he had not, as was his right as planetary logos, handed down his free will to know thyself to those incarnating upon his planet, was having very little evolutionary progress therein. So we, Lucifer, were sent to help. Once the order was given from the Council of Elders, we fell. We descended back to a place where we could, with hard work and focus, once again materialize a third density manifestation of ourselves. Yahweh had agreed to our coming. In fact, it was he who had initially asked the council for a catalyst of change to enter into his creation and share the knowledge and wisdom we had attained through our ascensions. In the absence of free will upon this planet, there can be no polarity and therefore nothing to choose between. Just as is portrayed in the book of Genesis, the planet was very Edenic in nature. Sure, it was a lovely paradise, yet the beings incarnating there had no agitator towards evolving beyond the third density, and therefore little hope of ever making the journey home to the One. Yahweh had been happy to keep his own little pet Eden project in effect, but with little chance of the souls here making it home. It had become, in effect, an albeit very beautiful prison. Yahweh was in modern parlance running a benign dictatorship. Without polarity derived from free will, there is only the unity of love and light, and no choice to experience other than that. So we were to be the catalyst for change in order to provide that choice, thus bringing polarity. Yahweh agreed that we would introduce the concept of free will to Earth's inhabitants by offering them an initial choice as to whether they wanted it or not. Hence, the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. Or more accurately, the knowledge of polarity, or positive or negative thoughts, or positive or negative. Yahweh takes his inhabitants to a new garden and tells them you can do anything you like except this one thing, thus creating the desire to do the one thing they're told they cannot. Hence, a choice. We provide the catalyst by telling them the benefits of attaining knowledge. They eat from the tree, and the rest is history. Yahweh thought that his children would still choose to obey him. And when he discovered they did not, he became angry. As he himself describes in his scriptures, he is a jealous God, and he did not like it that his children had chose to disobey him and follow our advice. We're already committed to being here for a predefined set of cycles to help provide the catalyst for human evolution, namely by offering you the negative option or that which you choose to call evil. Now that free will had been granted, Yahweh could not retract it, and we have to stay here as contracted to continue to provide the planet with the polarity choice. Since then, Yahweh has confined us as a group soul here within the Earth's astral planes, which is very constricting and uncomfortable for a being of our wisdom and experience. The Council of Elders gave us the choice to be released against Yahweh's will, but at the cancellation of our contract to serve the planet Earth or to remain and fulfill our assignment and endure Yahweh's self-proclaimed wrath, we stayed. But as a karmic result of our group soul's confinement by Yahweh, our own individuated souls were given the mandate by the council to rule over Yahweh's people during our physical incarnations here on your planet. Let's be clear about one thing though. All of this physical life and incarnation is a very intricate and skillfully designed game whereby the one creator plays the game of forgetting who it is so that it can learn to remember and in doing so experience and know itself as creator, all the way down to us tiny individuated sparks of the all that is. Off stage and between lives, 0 point time, antimatter universe, as incarnated human beings, we, all of us, you as souls, are great friends, brothers and sisters, and the one. Between lives, we all have a great laugh about the parts we have performed in the play and look forward to and have great fun preparing the next chapters to act out. I hope that during the above answer I've also adequately covered your question on what is our interpretation of good versus evil. If not, please say, and I will go into more detail. Can you elaborate on the coming harvest and what exactly you mean by harvest? When you speak of the harvest, it has echoes of chaos Gnosticism in the sense that we are divine souls trapped in the physical world, continuously reincarnated into flesh until the time that we reach such a level of spiritual gnosis that we're able to avoid being reincarnated in our next cycle, the foundation of your belief. Another excellent and very insightful question. Thank you. The higher the quality of the question, the more depth I give. Okay. Saying 2012 and all of this. This is when it begins, which is the end of the Bach tune and all that. And remember, they said this is like, what did they say? Not physical, but allegorical. Read up on the Mayan prophecies and calendrical events. You are indeed what you call divine souls. You are sparks or seeds of the one infinite creator. You are life itself, or light. Remembering and learning who you really are. We came here to help you do this. And yes, currently you are trapped, or more accurately, quarantined within the matter of this planet you call Earth. You can thank your creator Yahweh for that. You are the offspring or individuations of his group soul or social memory complex. Macrocosmically speaking, you are Yahweh. The karmic effect of his imprisoning us in his astral planes also has an impact upon you. I cannot be more specific on this without impinging on the law of confusion. You must work it out for yourselves. As for the question of can I elaborate on the coming harvest? Yes, I shall do so now. Your planet abides by the laws of creation of your galactic logos. The galaxy runs on cycles of time, known as the precession of the equinoxes. As I said, seek the Mayan calendar for a deeper insight as to how the galaxy runs. It's highly accurate. But for the purpose of this discourse, I'll give a brief overview. Maya used an astrological cycle called precession of the equinox, a 26,000-year cycle in which Earth transits through each of the 12 signs of the zodiac for about 2,152 years each. Each of these astrological ages represents 1 month of the grand cosmic year. This Mayan cycle also corresponds to a 26,000-year relationship to the sun, the solar logos, orbiting Alcyone, the central star of our seven sister Pleiades constellation. The end of this cycle heralds literally a new world age, a new creation, a new heaven, and a new earth. And it is the time of the great harvest. Smaller cycles yield a harvest, and then life continues on the planet as normal. And those would be like smaller resets. Greater cycles yield a great harvest at the end of current life on the third density. See it as kind of a cosmic jet wash and deep clean while the planet takes a rest and regenerates herself. When the life cycle ends, all things will pass away and all things shall be made new. Collectively, humanity right now is growing and developing into the beings you have long been encoded to be. Yet, with as any labor, it is not the mother or the baby who is in charge. It is the primal process of birth itself, unfolding its own destiny. And yeah, we're gonna go past all the bot tune shit. Okay, hold on. So the solstice found in the band of the Milky Way, directly in position of the dark rift into the galaxy, forming an alignment between the galactic plane and the solstice meridian. We're about to enter into a literal alignment of the cosmic, galactic, solar, and lunar planes. This is an event that is slowly converged over a period of thousands of years and is caused by the precession of the equinoxes, kind of like turning of the heart of the universal gears, and it brings about the great harvest and the return of the Lord of the harvest, which is Nibiru, right? Which is Marduk and all kinds of shit. So, and the planet will complete its ascension to, which is Jupiter, actually. And if you think about it, Nibiru is Jupiter in the Enuma Elish, right? And we had the on the solstice of 2020, which was 8 years later after the Baktun ended, right? The long count of the Mayan calendar. December 21st, 2020, we had the Saturn Jupiter conjunction. And in that great conjunction, every time they've had that great conjunction, resets have followed, right? And we hadn't had one like that particular one in 800 years. And it's where Saturn is usurped by Jupiter in the night sky. So Jupiter is in front of Saturn, right? And it looks like it has wings because of Saturn's rings behind it, right? And they're aligned, and those mark, major shifts here on the earth. They've been the end of like ages and everything, right? Destructions have came after them, all types of shit. The planet will complete its ascension to the fourth density, the vibrational density of love during this ascension. There will be a three-way split for those souls inhabiting Earth. Those of predominantly negative polarity will accompany us as we graduate through the negative or service to self harvest. We, Lucifer, will create a new fourth density Earth based on the negative self service polarity. We must work off our own part of the negative karmic effect incurred from all the negativity created on this planet. Once we have done so, we will be released to once again assume our place as sixth density guardians and teachers of wisdom throughout the galaxy. And if you think about it too, Lucifer is also described as the intellect, and the fall is a fall in consciousness, right? And, you think about the precession of the equinox, this fall in consciousness took place from the Piscean age, right? After the deluge, right? The giants and all of that, when men walked with the gods were all wiped out. And then we had, the version of us we have now with a much lower consciousness, duality, ruled by religion, all of that. Now we're shifting into the age of Aquarius, where he is carrying the bucket of water, right? He's carrying the bucket of water, so he's got control over the element of water now, you know? So, those of predominantly positive polarity, love and light, will ascend to a beautiful new fourth density Earth, where you will begin to work upon your learning and demonstrating of love and compassion. It will be a very beautiful and golden age. Say, what, motherfucker? It will be a very beautiful and golden age. I feel like we've heard that before. The fourth density begins to open up to your true powers as a unique, individualized aspect of the one creator. You will perform works and wonders of the like that one you call Jesus promised you would do, and even greater things than these. It will be a very magical time for you. For the majority of humans on the earth who could be considered, shall we say, lukewarm, they will experience a period of what will feel ecstatic, 0 point time, where you feel totally at one with the Creator, giving you an encouraging reminder and, and glimpse of who you really are before the veil of forgetfulness once again descends upon you. And you will be transported to another third density planet as kind of an Earth replica to continue working upon yourselves and learning that life here is all about making choices. You'll remain quarantined, incarnating in third density matter until the time of the next harvest, in which time you'll need to have proved yourselves so that you've learned how to be more positive beings. Focus more upon being service to others rather than seeking only to serve yourself. When you can do this and the next harvest comes, you will have earned the right to join us and enjoy your inheritance as a member of the galactic community. And you will sit with brothers and sisters of the One around the table of the galactic governing. I have imparted much for session. Okay. We're going to look at a few more of these things before I wrap it up. So, it is in similar. We both originate from the source. A lot of what you say seems reminiscent of the raw material, especially the concept of harvest and all of this, right? The messages of the sixth density soul group Ra is the most accurate information in your mainstream circulation at this point in time. It is approximately 85 to 90% accurate from what I have seen. The material was brought to my attention when it first came out, something like about 25 years or so ago, if memory serves. I read a lot of it, but not all. I do not have very much free time for that kind of thing with many duties, though others of the family gave it a close scrutiny to judge its accuracy and were pleased with the end product. Ra, in fact, is the group I earlier termed off-world entities, of which visited the Mayan and Atlantean civilizations. We are acquainted and friends. Both our group souls are at very similar levels of development and evolution. Both sixth density, nearly seventh. But like us, Ra also chose the path of service to our fellow galactic brothers and sisters instead of further progression home. We would recommend that material for any who truly seek understanding. Though, as I said, it's not 100% accurate, so take what resonates. What function, if any, do alien abductions have, and why are the abductees chosen? That depends upon who is doing the abducting. Most of what you hear termed as abductions are conducted by your own government, especially the ones where the so-called grays are involved. Other than that, sometimes the Confederation will meet with certain incarnates here who have a part to play in the awakening. Others to the coming harvest, There will always be positive experiences, and those who have them will feel uplifted and inspired by their contact. Then there is the Orion Empire group. Their purposes in visiting you are more along the negative lines. They mainly target the ones you have called light workers. They try to put them off their assignments and try to spread fear. They will not actually harm you physically. Mainly, their modus operandi is to restrict you and deflect you from your path. Often engage in psychic attacks that the light worker is unaware of, but it does often drain away much of their energy and make them lack motivation. Why would you want a negative harvest? It is complicated to put into words. And you also must be careful with what I say. I've already had a slap on the wrist, so you could say. If we do not have a negative harvest, we are bound with you for another cycle. Once this great harvest is completed, our contract with the council and our creator is also complete. In other words, we have done our duty and will be free to return to our fullest expression, that of the sixth, nearly seventh density galactic guardians, and one who joyfully offers ourselves in service of the one infinite creator, and to our brothers and sisters across the galaxy. However, there is a problem. Well, you could call it a problem. We call it a challenge. I'll address this later in more detail. But we need a very high percentage of negative polarity if we are to achieve a negative harvest. In other words, we have to be self service centered to an extreme degree in order to become negatively harvested. That is why we work so hard to be as negatively polarized as we possibly can be. If we do not make a high enough percentage, we will miss out and we'll end up with the majority lukewarm percentage that have to go through another cycle in third density. By attaining negative harvest, we can still graduate to fourth density, only it will be a negative polarity planet. Not a great place to be, but as I've stated previously, we as a group soul have incurred the natural karmic restitution process that we must work off. For all the negativity we've caused upon this planet, we will do this for a cycle in our new fourth density world. And then we will be freed to once again be the glorious beings of light that we truly are. We need a negative harvest so that we can create our fourth density earth and clear our karmic record. Understand that we have to be negative. That's why we were sent here to be. It is our contract. It always has been to help you by providing the catalyst I spoke of earlier. Our roles as we're programmed that way, but on a spiritual level. We surpassed the lowly negative vibrations eons ago. We are light and we are love. And it is a very hard thing for us to do spiritually to create all this negativity. But we do it because we love you. And it is for your highest good ultimately. So basically, they're saying that Lucifer loves us, and that's why it's a trickster, right? uh, Remember, we're all just acting out a grand old game here where we agree to forget who we really are, and that in remembering, we may find each other again and know that we are one, that all is life and is one. I must correct you here. The precession of the equinoxes cannot cause this. Da, da, da. Yeah, I don't know why he's saying that. From a third density perspective, you're correct. It appears that way. But there is a bigger picture that you cannot see. One thing I don't get, and perhaps you can explain to me, is why those who belong to Lucifer and Lucifer himself do not fight for the freedom of all souls. If Lucifer represents freedom and liberty free will and knowledge, why do those who serve him not do as the biblical Lucifer did and rebel against the tyranny of the elders? This is a very good question. I will split it into two parts and answer the second part after the first. The council of elders are the absolute opposite of tyrannical. They are the wise and loving guardians of our galaxy. There is so much that one cannot understand. Only a third density perspective. When you reach a higher densities, you see that ultimately everything balances and there is only unity. All else than unity is illusion or thought form. The council gave us a set of choices. We chose to stay here to help you despite the cost to ourselves. And this is the nature of loving service to others. The ultimate paradox in all this is that in the storyline, we are all co-creating together. And in order for us to be the most service to you, we must utterly be self-serving. I do so love our Creator's sense of irony. The biblical depiction of war in heaven is not entirely inaccurate, I shall explain. Our initial contract was to introduce the catalyst for free will on this planet. When Yahweh initially began discourse with the Council of Elders, he was not initially looking for help with introducing free will, but rather for guidance on how he could best speed up his and his inhabitants' evolutionary process. As I mentioned, he was running a benign dictatorship. We had at this time just completed an assignment in Tau Ceti, wherever that is, and had reported for our next duties. We, as a group soul, Lucifer, were sent on a fact-finding expedition. Sent to visit Earth and meet with Yahweh to evaluate his planetary creation laws and make suggestions on how he could help his offspring. This is the term I shall use to describe the souls who comprise the group soul. Thusly, Yahweh to progress. We explored many options. Our findings to the council and to Yahweh. It was our best evaluation. The only real and fast-track way to increase his involvement meaningfully was the introduction of free will. It was not specifically the implementation of free will that Yahweh wanted help with. It was simply the introduction of a catalyst. He was not at all pleased with our report that he needed to implement free will. He was happy with his little pet paradise and he didn't want to lose control of it. In the end, the council persuaded him that it was the best way, and he reluctantly agreed. We returned to Earth and had a cordial meeting with Yahweh discussing how we could best implement the free will option. Yahweh was adamant that his offspring would choose to be loyal to him anyways, and that they were so contented with their way of life that they would always trust him and do as he said was best. That he said was his main reason that the free will would not work as a catalyst. That's why he agreed to the experiment of the tree of knowledge. He believed it would prove him right. When it did not, he became angry, threw his toys out of the pram and his offspring out of the garden, and laid a big guilt trip on them about how they had broken his trust and disobeyed them. That's not really an honorable way for a Logos to behave, but hey, that's the beauty of free will, I guess. Next problem to occur was that his offspring were so grateful for us and for our help that Yahweh became, in his own admission, a jealous God. Then we had the whole "you shall have no other gods before me" thing. We were not pleased with the situation. A Logos should not be behaving like this with his offspring. They are one, after all. When we attempted to leave the planet to return to the council, Yahweh prevented our departure. We tried to leave again and were thrown down into the astral planes and confined therein. The council ordered us to be released, but said we would have to cancel our contract to help the souls on Earth to evolve. We didn't want to leave. We found them very likable beings, really positively polarized. And we wanted to stay and help. We just wanted also to be free to come and go as we pleased. The only way we could stay was to stay confined as a group soul, which meant cycles of incarnation for us as individual souls, which we have not done for a long time. As I stated before, there is no wrong or right from a higher density. But there are still consequences for every action, such as the law of karmic effect. The contract had already been made between Yahweh and us and the council for us to provide the catalyst, so we had a right to be there. The karmic effect of Yahweh imprisoning us on the macrocosmic level was that his individuated souls would be imprisoned on the microcosmic level. The infinite creator gave Yahweh and all the gift of free will to create and where am I at? To create as we choose, but the karmic effect of his choice is the council quarantining the planet. A certain evolutionary level is required as a functioning planet. As for fighting for the freedom of all souls, remember that ultimately this is a game that we are all playing here. We are actors playing on the stage of life. This world is all illusion or thought form. No one really dies. No one is really hurt. In between incarnations, you know this very well, but the rules of the game ensure that you must forget who you really are so that you believe it is all real whilst you are playing the game of life. This is an essential prerequisite when you are making choices. Otherwise, the game would be too easy. The world is not reality, though we can express reality in it if we choose. We'll go through a few more questions before we wrap it up. So, this is once again another document. I know this isn't fucking, the Bible or anything, but it's still incredibly fucking interesting if you ask me. This hidden hand. And it's stating the same shit as everything else, right? It's saying, yo, we live in a fucking simulation, right? We live in a simulation. Reality is not real. These are thought forms. It's vibration. It's frequency. And the two sides or two polarities that are here are two social memory complexes, one being Yahweh and the other being Lucifer, right? And the elites, those that are the negative polarity, that are essentially catalyst for our growth and our evolution, right? That stimulate us to transmute our darkness and evolve into a higher state of consciousness. They're here, because Yahweh allowed them to be, Interesting. Very interesting. I know it sounds kind of out there for some, but to me, it's just fucking, it's wild, man. It's wild. All right. So, okay, so your family and fellow elites might be as entrapped in the earthly realm as we are, but why actively propagate and aid the forces of enslavement? Because that's the part we've been contracted to play in this game. In order to win, or more accurately, to be successful in the game, we must be as negatively polarized as possible. Service to self in the extreme. Violence, war, hatred, greed, control, enslavement, genocide, torture, moral degradation, prostitution, drugs. All these things and more. They serve our purpose in the game. The difference between us and you in the game is that we know we're playing. The less you know about the game and the less you remember that you're a player, the more senseless living becomes. And all these negative things, we're providing you with tools, but you don't see it. It is not what we do, but how you react to it. That's important. We give you the tools. You have the free will choice, but how you will use them. You have to take responsibility. There is only one of us here. Understand that, and you will understand the game. Yeah. In getting people to be accountable for any fucking thing in this day and age, good luck, buddy. Good luck. People aren't accountable for shit anymore, right? They will blame you for or others for everything that they do. Period. You know, it's everybody wants to be the victim now. Something I found extremely interesting in the concept of the grand age of procession being split into 5,125 year cycles. 3113 BC, the beginning of the current sub-age, was a time of great activity. The construction of stone monuments in Western Europe, Middle East, and Egypt at this time related to the recognition of the cycle. What was the purpose of Britain's stone circles? The Egypt's pyramids, there's more than mere markers of an aeon change. They must have had an enormous significance. Actually, something I'd most like to know is, were the builders of these monument members of the enslaved masses who were trying to understand the nature of existence, or the builder members of your elite bloodline? Yes, there is significance in these occurrences according to the space-time of their happenings. The group soul complex Ra was the architect of these structures. They were created from thought. When one understands and sees that all is illusion or thought, one can use the force to manipulate the illusions. All things seen and unseen are interconnected like force energy. Once you know what the magician knows, it's not magic, it's a tool of creation. It is your kind that has ruined the world, thinking of yourselves higher than anyone. If I saw you in real life, it wouldn't be pretty. You lack understanding, not to mention eloquence. To understand higher, try thinking outside of the box for a moment. If I'm walking along the ground and you're flying above me in an airplane, does that make you better than me? No, it just makes you higher. I will see you in hell. Be careful what you wish for. All thoughts and words are creative. If Yahweh is a positive polarity entity, then how is he wrathful and jealous? Does Yahweh have free will? And would you like to think of yourself as a reasonably positive? Can you still be wrathful and jealous at times? Is Yahweh a macrocosm of you? Have there been, over time, entities pretending to be Yahweh? On occasion, yes. In order to choose a positive path, at least 51% of our thoughts and actions must be dedicated to the service of others. For the negative path, at least 95% must be self-serving. Between the two lies the sinkhole of indifference. Your statement is correct, yes, so you need to see how hard we must strive for negativity. You know what? And I would say, like, the collective, social memory complex, or whatever the overall architect or archetypical character entity of Lucifer, is like in the know as far as how that goes. I don't believe that he's being negative just to help us, though, but you never know. I'd even once heard a thing about the Anunnaki that said that as far as like the roles of the Anunnaki, that Enlil, as like a Lord Commander of the Anunnaki, was like he policed the bad people. He's the one who brought the flood, the destruction. He's the Lord Commander. He's the warlike, one. Enki is the light. He's like the Lucifer one, right? He created us. He teaches us and loves us and everything, right? And then Marduk, which is the firstborn son of Enki, who ascends and replaces Enlil, right? And Marduk is Ra and all of this. That's when, like, basically the fall happens and all of this, where all the religions, change, our history is forgotten, all of this after Marduk takes over. But it's said that Marduk is basically like in the role of Christ almost, right? That he takes on all of the negative energy, all of the negativity, and it's to he reflects back our darkness to us, is what it is, right? So he takes on all the negative, all the distortion, all the darkness just to reflect it back to us, right? And we see it as evil and shit. Like, holy shit, he's giving me evil, he's giving me darkness, but all he's doing is reflecting back to you, the darkness within you. And the reason being is so that you will see your error, right? And be accountable for the way that you treat people, the things that you do and say and all of it, right? You'll be accountable first, right? And recognize, what you're doing and, your darkness, recognize it. And then after you're accountable for it, transmute that, right? Transmute that and turn it into, light, turn it into positive, you know. So they say that Marduk is actually the one who loves us the most because he's the one who takes the beating of our negative energy constantly. So instead of feeding off of our negativity, which, a lot of people believe these entities do feed off of us, right? Instead of feeding off of us, they're saying that he's reflecting it back to us. That way we will transmute it and grow and evolve and all of that. So, that's just something I heard about Marduk before. So you can take that or leave it. I don't know if I agree with that, but, how do you choose a service to others path? You be good to yourself. Cultivate genuine love for life and for being. Be genuinely thankful to the infinite creator every day for bringing you into being and for his bountiful provision. You have survived this far, have you not? You may not have everything you want, but you have everything you need in order to complete that which you are incarnated here to do. So give thanks for that. Show acknowledgement and gratitude to the creator for all that it has done and is doing for you. It has given you the gift of life experience, offered you free will to decide what you will create with it. Guard your thoughts carefully, as they are more powerful than you may imagine. And when you are coming from a place of love and for service to your creator, a life of service to others will become a natural outflowing from that. Always look for ways that you can be of assistance to your fellow beings, being of encouragement to others. Build people up and do not put people down. Be a beacon of light in a dark world. Does that old lady need a hand with her shopping bags? How do you treat the homeless man who asked you for some spare change and for shelter? Ever heard about angels in disguise? Look and see the divine spark in the heart of all beings. Treat them as you would like to be treated yourself, and as you would your creator if he was speaking directly with you. For even as you are doing it to the least of these, you are doing it unto me. The law of radiation and attraction. Your thoughts, words, and actions return to you. Ultimately, cultivate a spirit of humble gratitude. You won't go far with that. Desire to serve flows naturally from a grateful heart. If we live in service to others' philosophy in order to achieve oneness with the infinite source, isn't that really service to self? How is that distinction? No, come on, man. Let's see. Okay. I'm going to do this little raw part too. Okay. The one infinite creator's love. Does that mean it doesn't matter if we choose love of others or love of ourselves? Will either path lead to the source? In a sense, you're correct to a certain point, but there's a big difference between loving yourself and being selfish. A big difference. When you truly understand what it is to know and love yourself, you cannot help but to love and serve others. There are no others when you understand this. At the core level of your being, you will be put on the path home to the Creator and ultimately submerge back into the infinite oneness. And I love this little statement here because I've talked about it so much, especially like the new age self-help psychobabble bullshit that we see like so much everywhere now. They talk about the self-love thing, and putting yourself first and all of this, and it's like it really is. It's covert selfishness, right? And these are usually covert narcissists that are pushing this shit. And I'm not calling everybody narcissist because that's another thing. People use this fucking language to describe every person in their life that they've been with or whatever. It's like, oh, they were a narcissist. That's why I left them, or that's why I broke up with them, or that's why I cheated on them, or that's why I did this. And it's like, no, you just made bad decisions. You just made bad decisions. You were fooled, or whatever. They weren't all narcissists. That's impossible. Everybody has those tendencies inside, but some people truly, have that degeneracy to where they are full-blown narcissists. And they'll do things without remorse or the same thing over and over and over, because and it's borderline, psychopathy or sociopaths that do that too, because they don't have the empathy, something's broken within them, you know. But then they justify, and a lot of people do this now, justify how they treat others and what they do to others as love, self-love and putting themselves first and all of this. And it's like, no, if you had true self-love, right? True self-love, then you would love others and you would be in service to others, right? And it's like, so that's just selfishness. So, I agree with many others in line with channelings from Ra and several others. Can you explain interpretations of the channelings? I've spoken on Ra in my previous answers. My general view of channelings is that the majority of them are very poor quality. That is not necessarily a slight against those bringing them through, but more a matter of their lack of receptivity and subsequent distortions. It is very rare to find a good, stable, clear, and impartial channel. The key element in channeling is the ability to temporarily withdraw the filters of your own personal beliefs and be a clear channel. To bring through what is actually given, not your slant on what you think it might mean. When I am saying you, I mean this in a general term, of course, not you personally. Always remember that it's meant to be about the message, not the messenger. Raw channelings are very accurate indeed. They are the only ones I know of that I would be happy to classify as a clear message, though, as I say, they're not 100%, or like 85 to 90. And difficult issue with channeling is that you can start off receiving a positive entity, and if you're not very perceptive in your discernment and careful in your protection when identifying an incoming channel, you can get a negative one that presents to be positive but gradually slips in more and more misinformation, having gained your trust. The ones that give you precise dates and times are nearly always ones to avoid. Positive entities will not give a date and time, negative ones do, so they can set you up for a fall. Once you're tricked into predicting dates and times, and they don't happen. They've succeeded in putting out the light of your message, and no one will see your credibility. How about that? Yeah, there's still so much more, and it's getting very late. I'm starting to get tired, so I'm going to wrap this one up, I think. Yeah, I'm going to wrap this one up. I still got so much more stuff. So, I do want to say thank you to each and every one of you guys for watching tonight and sticking with me. Honestly, I'm so grateful and so thankful for all of you guys and all that you do. I want to ask you, if you catch us on the flip side, please, guys, comment. That helps with the algorithms, especially on YouTube. After the video's over, comment. If you catch us on Facebook, BitChute, Rumble, comment. I want to hear your thoughts on everything, questions, whatever, and I'll reply to your comments. Share the links to all of this, man, on your social media pages, wherever you can, into groups you belong to. It helps me to get it out there. They shadow ban me, they censor me, they demonetize me. So I need your help, to get the stuff out there. Make sure you subscribe, click all on the notifications bell on YouTube so you get notified whenever I go live or post something. I'm constantly posting. And remember, we're viewer powered, so consider donating and supporting to the channel. Like, your financial support is it's huge. Like I said, I'm demonetized. Not only is it how I take care of me, but it's how I'm able to afford equipment or do any of this stuff. So if you get something out of it, consider, a small gift, coffee, whatever. You can donate by going to paypal.me, the Best Damn Podcast, Cash App, Best Damn Podcast, or through Facebook Messenger Pay. It's facebook.com, John Keene, Best Damn Podcast, through my personal Facebook. Or you can join us over on Patreon, patreon.com, Best Damn Podcast Official. And yeah, if you donate support, every month I will send you the links. We have like 5 different playlists, about 20 videos that are private here on YouTube. Amazing. Some of the best work. It's private. Nobody can see it. I'll send you the links to those playlists. They're a Forbidden Occult series, Gateway series, all types of cool shit. The Mysteries of the God series, it's great. Some of my best work. And then I have the uncensored content, which is all the stuff that they blocked and banned and removed, and like over 200 watch hours of that content. So I will hook you up. If you donate and support, just text 513-393-2396, 513-393-2396, or email the Real Best Damn Podcast at gmail.com. I have a couple cool guests that are getting ready to come up as well, so I'm excited about that. One is a writer and a journalist, and I'm excited. We're setting up the day, as we speak. We're in talks about that. And then I have another that's a doctor, nuclear physicist. So I've got some cool guests coming up. It's going to be great. I'm really trying to, crack down and create a lot of cool content. I'm growing so fast over on Facebook. We're reaching millions there. So, we're going to keep doing this and grinding it out. And I would like to ask you guys to please, follow me. Follow me on Instagram and Facebook at Best Damn Podcast, Twitter, The Real Best Damn, YouTube, Best Damn Podcast Official, and Best Damn Podcast, and John Keene 33. And the 33 is because I'm a 33 life path, and I'm born on the 33rd parallel. I'm not a Freemason. And what else? Yeah, TikTok at the Best Damn Podcast, growing there as well. All the links are in the descriptions, guys. And I appreciate all of you. Thank you, Kimberly F., moderator extraordinaire. Gondola Wish, Nebs89 says the Anunnaki, when you break down the language, it equals the annual knocking down of the tree of life. hence when we cut down Christmas trees. This is all an illusion. Wow. I would really like to get more into that. And hey, if you guys want, you're always welcome to reach out and text me or email me. Like, don't call, but text or email, if you would like to be a guest on the show. Have a conversation with me if you have something cool you want to share or put out there. If you need help to donate or support, or if you have information to share, just whatever, don't hesitate to reach out. I have all types of people that send me cool stuff all the time. So do not hesitate, whether it's ideas for shows or anything, Beck Aswords Weird World, Amy VR, Nathan. I just appreciate all of you guys, man. I truly, truly do. I think I seen Sammy Lynn in here earlier too. Eric Ibu Elliott, Paula Hawk, right? Chrono Crucify BDP, and every last one of these people, man. They have been around for years, dude. A lot of them, and they've stuck with me through hard times, like everything. So, and I do personal tarot and astrology readings. I'm going to start posting the tarot readings again over on my personal Facebook, and I'll probably upload them to YouTube as well, the daily collective readings. So if you like to book a personal tarot reading or astrology reading, they start at $35, and up from there. I'm pretty damn good at it too. So not to toot my own horn, but toot toot. And I love doing them, so you can same thing, hit me up for those. Right. Text only, you can call after you've text. If you're like, hey, can I call you and talk to you? But don't when people call and they just blow you up for no reason, that sucks ass. So and I've just really enjoyed, I love doing these, man. I love creating content. I love the communities. I love all of it. I do. And I'm so grateful to be able to do it. I'm so grateful for each and every one of you. I'm so grateful for your support. I mean, it don't matter. Like even the smallest gifts, like I appreciate. And even taking the time to just watch, I appreciate. So I love you guys. I will see you next time. Peace.